We are just having some more 2 or 3 minutes to leave people arrive safe and quietly. So we'll be with you in a minute.
Three, 1, 2, 3, sound.
Ah, estou a ouvir.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, sound. One, two, three, testing. 1, 2.
the European Union and of the Nature Institute for Conservation and Forests to welcome you all to this webinar on forest resilience. Multifunctionality. Against this background, ICNF decided to organize this webinar to debate how the EU can better address the major risks associated with climate change in order to strengthen forest economic, social, and environmental. Our efforts should be focused on reinforcing sustainable forest management through a flexible approach based on the best and up-to-date scientific knowledge to manage, conserve, and sustainability development of all types of forests. Forest adaptation to climate change cannot be seen as an isolated component of forest management, but rather as one of its building blocks, reinforced by the multiple interactions with each other. I wish this webinar fulfills your expectations, and now I hand over the floor to the organization staff to provide some information on the program for today. Thank you very much, and I wish you a pleasant work. Bye-bye.
We would like to inform you about some of these event procedures. According to our program, the webinar is organized in 4 panels. At the end of each panel, we will have a period for questions and answers. We kindly ask you to write your questions in the chat. The first panel will be an introductory panel to present the main policy framework and commitments regarding adaptation to climate change at European level. And then we will follow by 3 thematic panels, as already presented by Mr. Nuno Banza. To help us in this task, we have our moderators, and that I would like to briefly introduce you. So for setting the scene, we have Anna Dam to moderate this panel. She is the head of the Unit on Sustainable Financing and Adaptation in the Climate Change Department of the Portuguese Environmental Agency. She is an environmental engineer And her field of expertise has been linked with climate change instruments. She's been very active in both at national, EU, international policies related to climate change. And we thank her and the Portuguese Environmental Agency for being here today. For the theme on Forest and Water Nexus, the moderator will be Nuno Sequeira. He's a member of our board. He has specific duties regarding to wildfire protection, but also on supervising the departments dealing with forests. A forester with a large experience in forest policy, planning and management, and in financing of forest and rural development projects. So for the panel on preventing wildfires, we will have José Miguel Cardoso Pereira. He's from the Lisbon University, a professor of the Department of Natural Resources, Environment and Land. His research has been focusing on global phytogeography. He has a long career dedicated to boost the knowledge on the prevention of wildfire, making him a well-known and recognized expert in his area of work. So it's also a great honor to have him here, and we thank him. Finally, last but not least, we have Gersh Schrikerdecker, a very difficult name. She will moderate the theme Forest Health and Vitality. She's a political scientist by background. She has worked as communication manager for over 10 years. She also worked as a freelance journalist and trained research in the field of science communication. So she's a communication manager at FE, European Forest Institute in Bonn office, and responsible for different projects on the science policy practice interface. We are also grateful to her and of course to all moderators and to all speakers. And now, without any further ado, I kindly ask Anna Dam to proceed for introduction to the first panel. I hand her.
Hello, good morning. Thank you for your introduction. On behalf of the Portuguese Environment Agency, we congratulate the organization for this initiative and thank you for this opportunity to integrate this webinar. I'm very pleased to moderate such an interesting panel approaching the policy developments on adaptation and resilience in this Forest Resilience webinar. We are going to have the opportunity to have a closer look into the link between climate change adaptation and forest resilience. In this context, it's important to recall that the European Commission has just launched in February a communication about the new EU adaptation strategy. Portugal has set climate change adaptation as a high-level priority of its Environment EU presidency, since adaptation is at the center of our priorities due to the great vulnerability of our country. Thus, the Portuguese presidency has set the goal to approve Environmental Council conclusions on the new adaptation strategy already in June. There is a need to continue to promote the integration of adaptation measures in sustainable forest management as an example of nature-based solutions, highlighting the potential role of forests, in particular, stabilizing and cooling local climates, regulating hydrological cycles, and contributing to the carbon cycle in a positive way. Hence, it's crucial to support ecosystem services as part of a nature-based approach to climate adaptation, in particular those associated with forest resilience. We need to work together to enhance forest resilience to avoid the vulnerabilities that arise from the climate change impacts that we cannot avoid anymore, such as the fire risk or desertification. So, let's have a look into the main new policies that are being developed in this area. To enrich this session, I invite Peter Loeffler to make his presentation. Peter is working as a policy officer in the unit responsible for adaptation to climate change in the European Commission on the Director General for Climate Action. His main policy fields are forests, nature and biodiversity, human health, the LIFE program, and the knowledge platform Climate Adapt. Earlier in his career, Peter worked also in the Commission's Environment and Research DGs, in one of the Commission's executive agencies, and outside the EU institutions, Peter also worked in green energy and sustainable urban development. Peter holds an engineering degree in town and country planning and a PhD in local science. Peter, let me welcome you to this webinar and thank you so much for accepting this invitation. The stage is yours.
Many thanks, Anna, and welcome to everyone in the room. Can you hear me? And I'm going to share
Very well, Peter.
Excellent, so that's
and we
good
can
news.
also see you.
And I'm going to share my screen. So I hope you can see my slides too, Anna.
Perfect.
Wonderful, thank you. Good.
Thank you.
So thanks again for inviting me to this very timely seminar. Hello to everyone in the room. Particular hello also to my co-panelists, Thomas and Bernhard, who for obvious reasons I haven't been seeing for quite some time, but it's good to see you on the screen in a few minutes. And let me start my talk maybe with a few words on the context to the new EU adaptation strategy on climate change, which is climate change. Europe is getting hotter and hotter, and climate records are broken year after year. We have predictions that by 2080, Europe may warm up to by 4 degrees in a low and to medium emissions scenario, and up to 6 degrees in a high emissions scenario compared to present temperatures. And even if we stopped greenhouse gas emissions today, climate change is baked in for the rest of this century, and it's bound to happen. The highest levels of warming are expected in Southern Europe in summers and in Northern Europe in winters. And of course, we will also have changes in rainfall and humidity patterns, seasonality, and climate extremes. Of course, in the past, climate has also been changing in Europe, on our continent, which experienced both ice ages and tropical conditions in the past. But never before has there been such a degree of warming in so little time. And so we will go through an unprecedented situation in the course of the century, and there won't be any business as usual. European bioclimatic and vegetation zones will shift in response to climate change, and hence climate change will also mean forest change. These are 3 maps of a study which projected that about 30 to 40% of the total land area of Europe will be covered by a different potential natural vegetation type by 2085. And according to that study, the hotspots of projected vegetation change will include Arctic and alpine ecosystems where trees will replace the tundra. The transition zone between the temperate and the boreal forests, you will see that, for example, half of Finland moves into the hemi-boreal forest zone according to this model. And in Southern Europe, the sad news is that this model predicts a widespread shift from forests to shrublands as a result of droughts. And of course, there are also other models which for work at the level of individual trees, for example, and looking just as Portugal, I came just across a study which predicted an almost complete loss of habitat for the strawberry tree in the south of Portugal by 2070. Now, for some vegetation types like grasslands, the shift from one grassland type to another may be gradual, but for forests, the transition is likely more disruptive than that. It partly has to do with the fact that climate models are based on mean temperatures, and they usually tend to underestimate the impacts of climate change, of climate extremes, because they don't include realistic extremes. And what we have seen in Europe is, for example, that the heat extremes in Central Europe increased much, much more than the averages. And this is also what we're seeing on the ground, that extreme weathers, more than average shifts in climate conditions, affected forests in almost every region in Europe in recent years. We have new forest fire patterns, including dangerous mega fires, and Portugal is no stranger. to catastrophes really of like the 2017 mega fire which devastated the country. We have storms like the Vaia storm in Italy. We have unprecedented droughts, damages of forests in large parts of Central Europe, and a secondary effect also massive bark beetle outbreaks which hit many of the forests there. And so the trend is clear that in addition to slow onset gradual forest shifts, we also see an accelerating pattern of fast forest transformation by disaster, as I could call it. A new study of our Joint Research Center suggests that about 60% of the biomass of Europe's forest is exposed to climate-related hazards like fires, insect outbreaks, wind throws, or a combination of those three, and that's over 33 billion tons of wood in total. And this puts the future role of forests for the provision of carbon sequestration, for wood provision, under growing uncertainty, and let alone other forest ecosystem services. It's a huge challenge for forest management and planning. It's a significant source of uncertainty and hardship for forest owners. Let me give here just the example of Germany, where the country unblocked 1.5 billion euros as an emergency aid to support forest owners and managers to help them address the drought disasters in particular, and to reforest about 280,000 hectares of forests in the country. So, and this is basically the context within which we drew up the new EU strategy on adaptation to climate change last year, and it was published on 24 February this year. Drawing up this strategy was an exercise of adaptation in itself, because we wrote basically the entire strategy during the COVID lockdown time. It's a very comprehensive document. We had roughly 300 colleagues from 25 directorates generals of the Commission involved in the drafting of the strategy and in the compiling of its actions. And so the result is a very dense and comprehensive, and I would say almost decadal strategy. What you see here is a word cloud of the text of the strategy, which highlights words such as water, support, solutions, financial, disaster, countries, data, action, and increase. And so indeed, the new strategy sets out how the European Union can adapt to the unavoidable impacts of climate change and become climate resilient to 2050. And at its heart, it shifts compared to the previous strategy. It signals a shift of focus from understanding the problem to developing solutions, or to move from planning to action. The vision of the strategy is that by 2050, when we aim to have achieved climate neutrality in Europe, we will have reinforced adaptive capacity and minimal vulnerability to climate change impacts in line with the Paris Agreement. And there are sort of three core objectives of this strategy: to make adaptation smarter, i.e. inform actions by high quality, robust data and risk assessments, so that policymakers, public agencies, but also landowners, forest managers can take informed decisions on whether and how to protect themselves and their forests. Second, the strategy aims to make adaptation more systemic, because climate change has impacts at all levels of society. And so it needs to be sort of a part of all policies and the implementation of all policies at all levels of governance, all levels of society, and all levels of the economy. And third, we must speed up adaptation and accelerate the rollout of adaptation solutions, because the lack of access to actionable solutions is one of the main barriers to adaptation. And I think this is precisely also the case for forests, where there is a great degree of awareness of climate change, but partly due to a lack of technical knowledge and lack of information, this hasn't really translated into action. Now, Adaptation strategy is one of several European strategies. The overall policy roof is the European Green Deal, and of course also the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change and the Paris Agreement. But in Europe, it's the European Green Deal, where one of the core elements, forthcoming elements, will be the European climate law. European Parliament and the Council, in the good hands of the EU Council presidency of Portugal, have now achieved agreement on the key elements of this new law, which will not only enshrine climate neutrality for the continent by 2050, but it will also include a new Article 4, which on adaptation, which basically will prescribe a duty to adapt. And so making Europe's forests and the forest sector more resilient to climate change will also be sort of a must under the European climate law. And the new adaptation strategy will, if you want the operational part of the European climate law, putting the provisions of the law already into action as far as the EU is concerned. But the strategy will also work in tandem with others. Nuno has already mentioned the EU forest strategy. We have adaptation provisions in the biodiversity strategy, in the Fit for 55 package for our increased climate neutrality ambition by 2030, and so on. You may ask ourselves, so where are the forests in all of this? Well, forests in the new adaptation strategy are much, much more present than in the previous one. Already when we did the studies for the new strategy, we did a sort of a mini study on the data availability for assessing impacts of climate change of European forests, which you see on this slide here, and which you can find on the link indicated on this slide. And this study, for example, told us that we've got pretty good coverage of data and information on climate hazards affecting forests, relatively good information on projected vegetation changes, but really big knowledge and data gaps when it comes to the climate vulnerability of forests, where we have gaps both in geographical terms, but also for specific forest types. Forests were also very present during the open public consultation, which we ran in the run-up to this strategy, and indeed this is also reflected in the measures. Now, before I go to what does the strategy say about forests, let me just say, when drafting the strategy, we asked ourselves really, what can we do about the projected climate change effects on our forests? How can we reduce climate risk for forests as much as possible? And if you look sort of at this risk scheme here on this slide, risk is composed of hazards, exposures, and vulnerability. Hazard, that's basically the storms and the heat waves and the bark beetle outbreaks that come with climate change. And on that, really, we can't change a lot. I mean, it's going to happen. Exposure is what's in the way of hazard, and that means the forests. The forests, our forests are basically exposed to these hazards. Because most forests today will be here also in a century, whether it's today's forest type or different forest type, but overall forest area as such won't shift hugely in Europe. So we can't do a lot about the hazards and the exposure, and where we can work on and what we can address is really the vulnerability both of forests and of the forest sector, and we need to work at that level in particular, and this is where we focus in the adaptation strategy. So coming back to our holy trinity of faster, more systemic and smarter adaptation, we have in the adaptation a number of provisions to improve data and knowledge of climate impacts and risks on forests, and to improve the state-of-the-art adaptation modeling and decision support tools for the management of forests. For instance, we have plans to develop a first EU-wide climate risk assessment, which of course will need to include forests. We have plans to develop a further European map of projected vegetation change under climate change. We have plans to improve the EU-wide regular monitoring, reporting, and evaluation of climate change risks and impacts on ecosystems, including forests. And we will do all of this using our tools and programs such as the research program Horizon Europe, Digital Europe, the Copernicus Earth Observation System, our Climate Adapt online platform, the Forest Information System for Europe, the European Drought Observatory, and so on. And of course, the benefit is that with more precise modeling, for example, forest owners and managers can better plan on how to manage their forests, what to plant. Public authorities could better model the role of forests in disaster prevention and so on. The second pillar, as I said, was more systemic adaptation. And for forests, this means, on the one hand, continued efforts to mainstream the adaptation for forests in EU policies and strategies. We have done a great deal of that already in the biodiversity strategy, which has a number of provisions on that. And we're working right now actually to make sure that adaptation is a key pillar really and a key need addressed by the EU forest strategy. Also, the adaptation strategy has a large chapter on nature-based solutions for adaptation. And we basically set out to prioritize such solutions throughout EU investment and funding programs such as cohesion policy, the common agricultural policy, recovery and resilient plans, InvestEU, LIFE, and so on. Speaking of nature-based solutions, there are very significant opportunities really for win-win measures where we can improve simultaneously forest biodiversity, conservation status, their carbon sink function, and their climate resilience and their productivity. And we were thinking here of measures such as continuous cover forestry, functionally diverse mixed forest stands, integrated forest management, in particular in Southern Europe, forest soil protection. So these are all no regret measures, which under any climate scenario and any evolution in the future will deliver their goods and make a lot of sense, also a lot of economic sense. So we should basically consider these solutions to be the backbone of any wider forest resilience strategy in our view. Speaking of investment and funding also, we do not really start from scratch. Many strategic plans under the new Common Agricultural Policy include forest measures and forest resilience measures. We have seen forest adaptation prominent in a number of recovery and resilience plans by member states. And what you see on this slide here is just an overview of LIFE funded projects, where essentially the LIFE program has funded 86 projects so far to help European forest owners and foresters to adapt to climate change, mobilizing or spending 75 million euros of EU money for a combined investment of 150 million euros. And if you download this brochure already, Steady Green, from the internet, you will see some of the best projects in this brochure. Finally, just a quick word on how can we accelerate forest adaptation. We need basically to take strong action to improve the sustainable forest management toolbox by adding and strengthening its climate adaptation components. And this means we need, I think, more emphasis on robust approaches to climate risk reduction management in sustainable forest management, and to the determined rollout and of resilience enhancing forestry practices, the type of practices I mentioned before. We are in contact with colleagues from other Commission services on brainstorming on how can we get an education and training program at the European level for forest managers, a sort of Foresters Erasmus, if you want, where we have an international exchange of knowledge about forest adaptation. And finally, adapting forests to climate change and also restoring forests hit by disasters will require large quantities of appropriate forest reproductive material. And we have right now still a significant market and partly also legislative barriers to the full use of forest genetics and genetic resources. And so we're again working with colleagues across the Commission to help increase the production and availability of forest reproductive material for climate adaptation, to provide better information on its suitability and to enhance its collaborative production. For example, concretely, our colleagues working on this file are currently reviewing EU legislation on the production and marketing of forest reproductive material, and they try to are working to improve the necessary provisions. So I hope I could sort of outline to you what's happening at the European level, and I think what became clear is that we've got quite a large range of EU policies and programs with the potential to support the climate forest adaptation interface. I think also for forests, and a lot of forest adaptation needs to happen at the national, regional, and local level. So the big question is really what is happening here. And I'm sure that the rest of today's seminar will help answer that question. Let me close my presentation with those words, and I give the mic back to Anna. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter, so much for your presentation. In the meantime, I urge the audience to write down their questions in the chat. In the end of the two presentations, the speakers will reply to those questions. We will now proceed with the second presentation on Forest Europe commitments and climate change. This presentation will be made by Thomas Haussmann and Bernard Voislener. Thomas Haussmann has a background as a forester and more than 30 years of experience in different international forest policy positions as a senior policy advisor. Among others, he held the position of chairman of the UNESIS program on air pollution effects on forests in Geneva. He had worked as national expert at the European Commission in Brussels and represented Germany at the permanent representation to FAO in Rome. Currently, he is the head of the liaison unit Bonn of Forest Europe. Bernard Voislener is the leader of the new European Forest Institute Forest Europe team. He has been working on sustainable forest management for more than 20 years, and he is a renowned expert for criteria and indicators and European forest policy. Prior to his position, he was leader of the European Forest Institute Forest Policy Research Network. I welcome you both, and I ask you that you please start your presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Anna, and many thanks to the Portuguese organizers. It's an honor for us to contribute to setting the scene. And Bernard, maybe you could share the screen of our presentation, if this is possible.
Just a second. I'm almost there. So first, can you hear me? And also now let's see whether
Very
you can
well.
hear everything. Super.
And we can see the presentation as well. Bernard.
Perfect. So we
Thank
can
you.
get started.
Perfect. So maybe just the second slide, Bernard. And thanks to Peter, because you were setting the context of the climate change in an excellent way. And also it's great to see you again. So this saved some time for us. So the next two slides, I would like to briefly explain what Forest Europe is for those who are maybe not familiar. It's an international forest policy process. You see 30 years, which is quite a long time for an informal process. So it's not an international organization. But obviously, there is still a need, and I'm convinced that there is a need to further develop common strategies for sustainable forest management, and also find joint solutions for forest problems. And for sure, the climate change is such an important problem. And what is maybe interesting, if you see the slide, that in 1990, one of the main reasons for setting up this process were the forest dieback, the so-called Waldsterben, where there was a great concern that large part of the European forest would disappear. And now, 30 years later, we have the situation Peter described, again, a great concern. And of course, at the ministerial conference held virtually a few days ago, this topic was one of the major features. and it's one of the part where we will concentrate, of course, today with the Bratislava resolution, not to forget the Bratislava Declaration, which reinforces the importance of sustainable forest management. Next slide, Bernhard. What is maybe important and a difference to what Peter just explained, the regional coverage is a larger one. So also our colleagues in the eastern part of our continent, from Russia, Ukraine, Turkey, is a signatory of Forest Europe. So we can offer a platform for a real pan-European debate. The European Union, represented by the European Commission, is of course also a signatory. The second point I would like to mention, and which is important for this informal platform, is that 45 organizations are included in our process, from environmental NGOs like WWF, just to mention one, to representations of the woodworkers or the forest owners. The second point I would like to refer to is that for the first time, the Germany, as a new chair of Forest Europe, decided to ask the European Forest Institute, which were already introduced with Gesche Schifferdecker, would support the liaison unit Bonn. And that's one of the reasons why I will hand over to Bernhard in a second, because Bernhard is not only the team leader of this EFI team, but also one of the key persons, together with Jens Hertel, who's also participating today from our LUBO team, for implementing the Bratislava resolution. And finally, you see again here the main reference and custodian of the sustainable forest management, where we believe that this is a concept where all the aspects of integrated forest management, meaning the social, the economical, and the ecological aspects of forest, is covered. So with this, I would like to hand over to you, Bernhard.
Good. Thank you, Thomas. So let's have a quick look, because we were asked to provide an overview about the commitments with regard to climate change within the Forest Europe process. And this was, I did a quick exercise on that, looking into the past, but also into the future. What you can see here is not that you have to read it or learn by heart, but it's something that just tells you a visual impression about the wealth of commitments that have been created by Forest Europe over the years. And what you can also see here is that many of them are quite balanced over the three pillars: ecological, economic, and social-cultural aspect. And I think this is a very important paradigm of the whole Forest Europe process, to have a balanced approach and also always look at the impacts at different levels. If we dig a bit deeper, so Thomas already explained, so basically everything started in 1990 with the Strasbourg conference dealing with forest dieback, genetics, also forest fires. So I think a common feeling is that Forest Europe is per se an adaptation process. It started from this, and I think we are there again. But it started already very early, and I had a particular look where climate change is popping up. And interestingly, it was already in 1993 in the Helsinki resolution that climate change was the first time explicitly mentioned, with a strong focus on supporting the research on climate change and speaking already about adaptation of forest ecosystems, and addressing for the first time in this context also the mitigation. So we can see already here that both concepts of adaptation and mitigation go hand in hand. And I think this is an important thought that we should carry on, that it's not either or, but I think there is quite a must to have both aspects side by side. Then later in Vienna, 2003, there was the Vienna Resolution 5. So this already was addressing quite explicitly climate change and sustainable forest management in Europe. And there, beyond research and monitoring I think is an important aspect to have a look at. It was also then fostering to share experiences on forest-related national and regional strategies. So this cooperation element came in. and also the idea to enhance policies and measures for better adaptability. So I think this was, you can really see the evolution here within the process, how climate change really reached into the process and also the forest policy debate. In Oslo then, there was this vision for European Forests 2020, so we've passed this already. But it's good to have this look back also, because the document talks about minimizing risks of damage. So this was then also popping up again after the 1990s or 80s. So we're talking about damages again, and also again, fostering strategies for climate change adaptation. I think in 2010, it was already, I think the urgency of the issue was already quite significant. And by that year, I think we can also see that this also started to reach the ground. And then finally, there was also the Madrid Ministerial Resolution 2. So it addressed the protection of forests in a changing environment. And here is also the aspect of prevention and mitigation of damage. Yeah? And the idea, and this is what Thomas already mentioned, is to have a pan-European, to find pan-European approaches to forest protection. So going also beyond national activities, but also stipulate national activities, and I will come back to that. And then, of course, what's important from our side is also to strengthen the role of sustainable forest management in these activities. So we believe that we cannot separate sustainable forest management as a leading paradigm of our work in forestry from other activities like climate change adaptation and mitigation. So this is really a strong commitment also to do this under this frame. Of course, I also had a quick look because people would ask, okay, what happened? So had this any impact? So the few instances, or at a quick glance, what I could find is that this development in Forest Europe really provided an early uptake of climate change topics in the national forest policy debates. So as I said, it's a stipulating element if you discuss this on a pan-European level and then bring it down to the national level and also bring it into the debate. In the same line, it's observable that there's an uptake but also update in the national forest programs. So the national forest programs as important elements for national forest policy making. So there's a clear evidence that really the climate change issue really came quite prominently into these programs, and also as leading instruments for the further policy making and research planning. Of course, since climate change became such a dominant topic in the forest policy debate, it's also worthwhile to see that it has shaped and also adjusted the national forest monitoring. So climate change is one important issue. Of course, there are also side streams like to IPCC and so on, where both these reportings have to be connected. And then, as I mentioned earlier, so it's really to promote a combined climate change adaptation and mitigation strategy. So this is really important from our side. And not last but not least, it's of course an instrument. We've seen that everything started with research back in Helsinki, and it's really served as an instrument also to foster research and collaboration on adaptive forest management on very different levels. This is of course not exclusive, but really also hand in hand with other activities. And interestingly, but not as a surprise, many of these aspects have been re-emphasized in the Bratislava Declaration, which is the more general statement of the ministers, which also contains a vision for European forests until 2030. So we can see many of these elements in there. But allow me to have a quick look also then now in the future. So Thomas mentioned we just started, so we are really fresh, although not so young anymore. But really want to push this forward now and have new ideas. And I quickly recall the Bratislava Ministerial Resolution. That's the second document that has been signed by the ministers that talks again about adapting pan-European forests to climate change and puts a particular focus on the work on adaptation, on forest management policy, but highlights also the aspect of international cooperation. This is something that is very important because we've seen in these recent catastrophes that these forest calamities don't hold before borders. So, and we really see that this cooperation is really needed, be it in fires, be it in storms, or be it in bark beetles. And then finally to connect this national international activities to a coordinated pan-European forest risk knowledge mechanism. So this is an essential element of this resolution and one of the major focal points of our future work. So here's a short outline. Please nota bene that this has not been adopted by the expert level meeting so far, but really wanted to think early and also build some cornerstones. And this forest risk knowledge mechanism is one of them because it's very strongly rooted into in the Bratislava resolution. And here, this is a mechanism to create a platform that can cope with forest-related risk and prevention. So this is in a triangle of forest policy, science, but also practice. So it can have a political dimension, but also a practical dimension. And basically a platform that allows for getting together much quicker and more efficiently than maybe it was currently the case. And this relates also to a second aspect, which is called rapid response. So this is also a means that allows ministers or responsible persons to get quicker into contact and discuss on different levels on emerging urgent issues. And I think we had plenty of these emerging urgent issues in the past few years. So I think it's quite a logical step also to provide incentive here. And then as expressed in the resolution, of course, communications is a very important topic. And I think this might be a sort of common parenthesis of the whole seminar that if we cook in our own pot or stay in our towers, then maybe we cannot reach out as far as it is needed. So let me come to my final slide. I hope I'm still well in the time. Maybe three thoughts about this forest risk knowledge mechanism. So first, it should aim at supporting the adaptation of pan-European forests to climate change. So this is the clear goal, and it fits pretty nicely also, I think, to the overarching topic of this seminar here. And we also want to facilitate the forest policy discourse on climate change impact. So really build a podium, build a forum to make it attractive to discuss this also in a little bit different environment than, for example, in the EU Council or other gremia. So it has a bit of a different nature. Thomas explained it. It's a voluntary process. And of course, this is also to stipulate transboundary collaboration in a novel format. So really to better cope with forest-related risk and prevention. And then what's a very strong emphasis is that it should be back-to-back with major European-related processes and organizations. So a big hello to Peter here, of course, and so really want to strengthen synergies, added values, and really avoid duplications. So it's not to create something in parallel, but we really want to be inclusive and also connect to the lot of activities that are ongoing out there. And I think this will be a major effort that we have to achieve. So many thanks for your attention, and I'm looking forward to further discussions. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation to both of you. We have 3 minutes, so let's make the most of these 3 minutes. I looked into the chat. We have a question to Peter from Miss Hélène Koch. The European Commission announced a legally binding proposal on a nature restoration plan by the end of 2021. How do you see this proposal in relation to the adaptation strategy and the upcoming forest strategy?
Okay, yeah, thank you. And thanks to Helen for, hello to Helen, first of all, and thanks for your question. In relation to the adaptation and the upcoming forest strategy, as I said before, under the Green Deal roof, all these strategies need to work together in tandem. So it is important that the idea of a legally binding restoration targets under the biodiversity strategy match seamlessly and work well together with the adaptation strategy and the forest strategy. I think they can actually do that. We don't have a proposal yet. The Commission is investigating on how such targets could look like and how best to sort of how they could work in the most effective way. I think looking at the link to the adaptation strategy, forest restoration should, of course, work in support of forest resilience or decreased forest vulnerability. And so it will be important if you think about restoration that we can't necessarily always look back to a historic situation of forests, but we also will need to look forward to changing climatic conditions and how they will affect forests and try to anticipate as much as possible climate change in the restoration of forests. I think bringing in a greater degree of biological diversity into forests often works in support of resilience. So I think this is one of the win-win opportunities which I see before. And a final thought, maybe one of the difficulties or one of the challenges in setting targets and objectives is the baseline. As I say, the climate conditions change, and the question is then basically for these targets, what baselines are we using? The baselines of today's climate, the baselines of the climate of the future. Will we have maybe a climatic baseline which we will revise periodically after 10 or 20 years to adapt it to the new climatic situation? But basically, any restoration target will to some degree be a moving target due to climate change. Thank you.
Thank you for your response. And now we have a second question, and it will be the last since we are really running against time, from Ms. Silvia Meligari. Rapid response when forest disturbances occurred are possible only if the local wood processing industries are involved and are able to use the large quantities of wood logs that in short time will be available. At what level and how do you think the forest-based industries will be actively involved in a rapid response system? Who would like to? Yeah, Thomas, thank you so much. Please.
Yeah, thank you. And thanks to Sylvia for your question. And indeed, it's a very important, urgent question, just looking at the extreme increase of timber prices in Europe. So obviously an important question. And I can only say that the timber industry, the sawmill industry is one of the organizations within Forest Europe. They will be, of course, involved. And what Bernhard just mentioned is the focus on preparedness, prevention. And this, of course, includes also, if possible, long-term strategies for timber supply. So yes, full support that your point is important.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the three of you for participating in this first panel to set the scene for the rest of the day. We hope the audience enjoyed as much as I did to learn a bit more about forests and the resilience to climate change. I wish you a very good day. And once again, I thank you, Peter, Thomas, and Bernhard for your nice participation. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you very much. And same to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and stay tuned. Thank you.
So, hello, good morning all. It is a great pleasure for me to moderate this panel. In this theme, we are addressing the relationship between water, soil and forests. Forests can be part of the solution to combat desertification and land degradation, as we know. But forests will be also affected by the changes in water regime, for instance, increasing occurrence of droughts or floods. Therefore, it is essential to have resilient and healthy forest ecosystems. We have in this panel 3 speakers, to whom I thank for having accepted our invitation. They will help us to look at different sides of this problem. We'll begin by listening to the experience of 2 international organizations, FAO and the UN Convention to Combat Desertification, followed by the intervention of the Portuguese Cork Association that will present us the unique forest habitat composed by the Corco forests and also the products that the forest delivers. I would like to start by introducing the first speaker, Mr. Yucheng Kang. He has been working at the Secretariat of the United Nations Convention on Combating Desertification since 2015. In this role at the Secretariat, he focused on topics related to land degradation neutrality, forests, and partnerships regarding the Shangguan Initiative. Prior to join the Secretariat, he served at Korea Forest Service from 2002 until 2015. The later part of his work at Korea Forest Service was the development and implementation of the Shangguan Initiative and international policy making relating to United Nations conservation on combating desertification, including land degradation neutrality. His most recent work at UNCCD includes the Peace Forest Initiative, which focuses on the role of land degradation neutrality to promote peace in cross-border post-conflict situations. Mr. Yucheng Kang, please, you can have the floor. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you, moderator, for the wonderful introduction. On behalf of the United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification, I would like to congratulate the government of Portugal for convening this important session. And I also would like to thank the organizer for the invitation and opportunity to speak about land degradation and neutrality today. Sorry, I have to share my screen. So now I hope everybody see my screen, my presentation. You see my screen, please?
Yes, we do. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please allow me to start with the definition of land degradation neutrality, LDN. Sorry. In the UNCCD, parties at its 12th session of the Conference of Parties endorsed the definition of LDN. It says a state whereby the amount and the quality of land resources necessary to support ecosystem functions and services and enhance food security remains stable or increase within specified temporal and spatial scales and ecosystems. LDN has its objectives, or more or less principles, if you'd like to call them. These include, first, maintain or improve ecosystem services. Second, maintain or improve productivity. Third, increase resilience of the land and population dependent on the land. Fourth, seek synergies with other environmental objectives, such as biodiversity and climate resilience, etc. finally, reinforce responsible governance and land tenure. In rolling out of the concept of LDN, the conceptual framework for land degradation neutrality is produced by the UNCCD Science Policy Interface. It aims to provide a scientifically sound basis for understanding and implementing LDN. It is also intended to inform the development of practical guidance and the monitoring the achievement of LDN for those UNCCD parties pursuing land degradation neutrality. The LDN conceptual framework highlights the goal of LDN and the supporting processes required to deliver this goal. This includes physical and socio-economic aspects, as well their interactions. The vision of LDN is to maintain land-based natural capital and ecosystem services that flow from it in order to achieve healthy ecosystems, food security, and human well-being. Then how can it deliver the goal? The mechanism for achieving LDN is counterbalancing future land degradation through planned measures to achieve equivalent gains elsewhere within the same land type. LDN is a powerful concept designed to help people understand land degradation and how to respond effectively. Actions to achieve LDN follow a response hierarchy of avoid, reduce, reverse. The top priority is to avoid the degradation of still intact landscapes and ecosystems. Secondary actions reduce the impact of degrading land use through, for instance, the sustainable management of land and forest. Thirdly, where feasible, interventions can restore some of all of the productive potential of already degraded land. Ideally, restoration and rehabilitation will offset unavoidable degradation so that the net balance is neutral or even positive. The UNCCD provides a comprehensive guidance, capacity building, and support for the achievement of LDN at the national level, based on the scientific principles and experience from PALA project. The LDN Target Setting Program, TSP, helps countries assess the degradation, set targets, identify the measures and resources that are needed to achieve LDN targets. It encourages the integration of LDN into national policymaking to promote planning decisions and investments. Under the LDN Target Setting Program, participating countries receive support with these four activity areas. Actually, the LDN Target Setting Program has been developed and implemented since the adoption of SDGs and the COP12 mandate in 2015. It is a multi-donor platform promoting partnership among 18 institutions and technical financial partners at various levels at the areas. Coordinated effort has been provided to countries on key scientific, technical, and policy guidance regarding LDN. As a result, so far, 127 countries mobilized and committed to set voluntary LDN targets. Among these, 104 countries have already set their voluntary national LDN targets, with 99 national reports published on the UNCCD webpage. As you see here in the map, there are some opportunities in your region.
Please, Mr. Kang, could you please change the mode of your presentation, because you are seeing it a little bit small. If you could please try to put it in the presentation mode.
Just use one screen.
I did heard.
Yeah,
no. This is full screen version.
Oh. I think if you choose the option below the slide, one of the option, I think it's the split screen. if it's difficult, let's continue as it is. And sorry for the interruption. Okay.
I continue then.
Okay. Thank you. And sorry.
Thank you. This is LDN TPP. Sorry. Yes. Now, plans and policies need to be translated into action in connection with LDN TSP. The UNCCD has been assisting countries in translating their LDN targets into concrete actions through the development of gender-responsive transformative projects and programs, TPP. This is tapping into relevant funding sources in collaboration with implementation agencies. Globally so far, 73 countries are benefiting from the TPP support, and they are aiming to develop national and or regional, sub-regional projects. There are already 56 national TPPs involving 53 countries. There are also 7 multi-country projects involving 39 countries. In most countries, forest and trees play a pivotal role in making progress towards LDN. Deforestation and the removal of trees from agricultural and the pastoral landscapes have been key drivers of degradation dating back centuries. While deforestation trends have slowed in recent decades, the conversion of forest cover to other land uses continue to be the main source of land degradation. And forests and the benefits they provide continue to shrink. Preventing or at least reducing the further loss of forests and tree cover across all other land uses are effective LDN strategies, particularly for the countries with the high forest cover. Actually, the recent analysis done by the Netherlands Environmental Assessment Agency, PBL, present insightful information in that regard. PBL analyzed countries' restoration commitments under the 3 Rio Conventions, namely UNFCCC NDC, CBD NBSUP, UNCCD LDN, and other pledges such as Bonn Challenge. The result is that the total land restoration commitment is close to 1 billion hectares globally, 1 billion hectares. This is significant compared to first, the current land use, which is 4.0 billion hectares of cropland and grazing land. Second, projections of land use changes in future, that is 0.5 billion hectares are expected to be converted into agriculture between 2010 and 2050. And the third estimate of land degradation, that is 0.9 to 1.1 billion hectares, showing declining trends in productivity. As you see here, restoration targets on the LDN is more than 400 million hectares. Geographically, almost half of the restoration commitments are found in Sub-Saharan Africa, followed by Central and South America, China, and South Asia. The commitments appear roughly balanced between the planned measures that focus on restoration and protection of natural areas and on management and rehabilitation of agricultural and forestry areas. This figure further shows that the commitments cover a wide range of land use types. As you see, it includes predominantly forest, 42% almost, means 400 million hectares. This is also significant considering the total forest area is some 4 billion hectares globally, according to recently published data by FAO in 2020. As a summary, the national effort to protect and enhance forest and tree cover can be further accommodated within the building blocks of the LDN targeting process. For instance, leveraging LDN presents an opportunity to bring stakeholders from different sectors into LDN process. They include foresters, smallholders, and the communities whose livelihoods depends on forest resources. All stakeholders need to be engaged in identifying the opportunities for sustainable forest management and restoration. It is a good way to ensure the resulting plans have a wide support. The assessing LDN building block includes consideration of the extent and the condition of forests and the other tree cover, as well as the direct and the indirect drivers of deforestation and forest degradation. This can involve examining forest tenure issues and identifying deforestation hotspots, etc. At the stage of setting LDN targets and associated measures, objectives can be set to address deforestation trends in pursuit of national and subnational LDN targets. A wide range of forest-related measures, from policies to technical interventions, are available to help avoid, reduce, and revert the loss of forest and trees. In achieving LDN building block, the integration of LDN into national and subnational policies, programs, and financing arrangements can help governments to mainstream forest landscape restoration and engage with international initiatives and the funding sources that are focused on forests and the trees. Across the globe, many restoration programs and projects and other efforts to protect the productivity of forests and land are underway. They range from improvements in governance and the creation of an enabling environment for prevention, reduction, and the reversal of forest degradation, to large and small-scale projects rehabilitating and restoring forest landscape and ecosystems. Some of the key sustainable land management approaches available for LDN interventions are listed here, but in fact, the governance improvement is likely to become more important where weak governance is root cause of degradation. So are the creating mechanism for integrated land use planning and platforms for stakeholder engagement, including women, in the process of planning, implementation, and the monitoring interventions. Successful forest restoration projects typically build on many of elements described in the LDN targeting process, including wide stakeholder participation and application of safeguards to ensure, for instance, that vulnerable forest communities are not displaced from land that is earmarked for a restoration commitment. Moving from commitments to implementation will require an enabling environment more and more, and the better alignment between commitments at various levels. The commitments and plans have been submitted, for instance, LDN, NDC, MBSAP, etc. But how and to what extent these national plans and commitments will be implemented over the coming decades remains to be seen. In fact, there are many upcoming opportunities to improve the alignment of restoration plans and commitments on the different conventions, but these are mostly at the context of a national level. In this slide, I'd like to briefly introduce the concepts of the Peace Project Initiative that aims to promote cross-border cooperation on restoration and LDN. The Peace Project Initiative was launched at UNCCD Co14 in New Delhi, 2019, and welcomed by UNCCD parties for its value for contributing to achieving LDN. The primary objective of the PFI is to contribute to LDN implementation and the other restoration commitment through partnership and collaboration in fragile and conflict-affected situations, as well as help build confidence and peace among participating countries. The objectives of PFI will be delivered under the three interlinked impact areas, if you see here. First, enabling environment for cross-border cooperation in the fields of sustainable land and forest management and ecosystem restoration. Second, sustainable management and restoration of degraded ecosystems, including land, water, and forest. Third, delivery of vital ecosystem services through the restoration of degraded land and the sustainable management of natural resources. Under the impact areas, there are sets of scope activities, but I would skip these for the sake of time. And finally, the PFI will demonstrate the value of achieving LDN in cross-border conflicts affected situations as a tool for enhancing trust, the building confidence in peace, while supporting for the UN Decade on ecosystem restoration and the realization of multiple SDG targets, including LDN. This will demonstrate also the linkage between sustainable land management and the peace security, which is SDG 16. This is all, and I thank you for your attention. Also, apologies for technical issues that caused. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for your excellent presentation. I would like to remember to please don't forget to register any question you have in the chat so they can be answered at the end of the panel. The next speaker will be Ms. Yuka Makino. Ms. Yuko Makino is a senior forestry officer and team leader for the water and mountain unit at FAO Forest Division. She has a vast operational experience over 27 years in managing and developing programs in disaster and geohazard risk management, natural resources management, and climate change adaptation. Her experience spans East Asia, South Asia, Eastern Europe, and Africa. Prior to joining the FAO, she was a senior natural resource management specialist at the World Bank, an expert on community-based disaster management in Nepal, and an environment and natural resource program officer in the United Nations Development Program for Cambodia. So, Ms. Yuka Makino, please, you can have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've already started sharing my screen, so I hope you can see my presentation.
Yes, yes.
Perfect. Okay. So thank you very much for your introduction and for inviting me and FAO to this webinar. To me, I'm very, very happy that you've actually called us for this discussion on forest resilience and including forest for water, because a lot of times water is forgotten. The forest ecosystem service that forests provide for water is forgotten oftentimes. And I'm so glad you've actually recognized that this is a very important part of forests. So I don't think I really need to say to anybody who's present here today that water is a vital source or a vital part of achieving sustainable development goals. Water demand is expected to increase by 1/3 by 2050, while climate change projections show that dryland biomass will increase by 11 to 23% by the end of the century. Meeting this water demand in a changing climate will become more difficult as climate change is expected to drastically affect the ability of forests and other ecosystems to provide water services. The link between forest and climate is well understood. And considering decision-making, as you all know, we have the UN REDD programs. And the link between forest, water, and climate change, however, is underrepresented and poorly understood when it comes to decision-making. It is extremely important when we talk about forest and water issues in a changing climate that we understand it's a people issue. I'm sure all of you this morning either took a shower or drank water. You know how important water is in your lives. However, it's not addressed as a whole ecosystem issue. So therefore, we need to ensure that forest and water and the importance of forest ecosystem for water is part of the priority of management and policy decisions. forests provide water ecosystem services, but it's at different scales. The interactions between forest and water are also highly contextual. Two forests in two adjacent watersheds may have different behaviors pertaining to their trees, their density, local climate conditions, and local pressures. So the management has to be very specific to that forest. Understanding the scale and the contextual nature of these forests provide ecosystem services is key to implement sustainable forest management strategies and recognize any trade-offs and synergies. For example, sustainable forest management with timber production as the main management objective. As you know, in Europe, we do a lot of timber production. Water quality is compatible to timber production. Water quality is related to soil conservation, and soil conservation is a priority for sustainable forest management in timber. Understanding these trade-offs, provisioning, supporting services, regulating, culture, recreational importance of forests is very important in developing effective adaptation strategies. So what do we need to consider when we're talking about effective adaptation strategies? We need to make sure that we integrate these three: practice, science, and policy. And I'm sure you heard from our previous speakers in the first session, Europe is actually leading the way in developing this linkage between policies, practice, and science-based tools for effective adaptation strategies. I want to share with you, maybe you all know, and I'm speaking to the converted, but EU has been doing a lot of work in doing this integration. In policy and practice, as you all know, we have the nationally determined contributions, NDCs, which are an important element of the Paris Agreement under the UN Framework for Climate Change. In the most recent NDCs, EU recognizes the importance of nature-based solutions to solve water scarcity, or drought, disaster risk management, and climate change. And forests are vital nature-based solutions for water. And this paves the way for policy reform and action. The European Green Deal pays particular attention to forests and water. It puts conservation, prioritized restoration and preservation of key ecosystems. Plus, understanding the forest and water nexus and adapting management strategies will be key to achieving this ambitious deal. Europe also leads the way in managing forests for water. For example, according to the latest forest resource assessment conducted by FAO in 2020, Europe has, it's incredible, designated 171 million hectares, 18% of the region's total forest area, to forest and water conservation protection. Besides Asia, Europe has the highest portion of total forest area designated primarily for the protection of soil and water. This is aggregated for the whole continent. Europe has also developed science-based tools. You may know of the European Union's Riparian Zone Initiative, which is developed in 2016. Riparian zones are very important for the forest-water nexus as they, number one, support riverbank stability and reduction of sediments and water bodies, attenuate overland flows during flooding, and support aquatic biodiversity. Ensuring their monitoring and sustainable management is vital for forest-water nexus. Another example that many of you are maybe familiar with is the blue targeting tool, which is developed in Sweden. It turns science into practice and it's a very easy to use tool, makes it accessible to stakeholders to allow them to manage their riparian areas without any technical knowledge. Any landowner, farmer, citizens can use it. It is currently being adapted right now and part of FAO work as well in forest ecosystem in Brazil. So it shows that the EU is not only leading the way in providing these tools, developing these tools, but it's also sharing these lessons with other countries. Another way that European countries are working together is this, maybe you all know, this European Forestry Commission it's a working party on the management of mountain watersheds. It's composed of 20 countries. This is established in 1950. So we have been in action for more than 70 years. And we have 3 working groups: the working group on forest and water, working group on hazard and disaster risk in mountains, and working group on protection functions of forests. Now, this is composed of 20 European countries. And what's very exciting is this year we have a publication which is bringing together 12 countries and their experience on the protection function of forests in the changing climate, and the various European experiences of how we've had in managing forests for, as you know, in Europe, we have issues of avalanches, for landslides, for flooding and things like that. And now we have also issues of pests and wind throw, and all of you know that, and I don't need to mention that, and all the issues currently. And then what we will be doing is we'll be sharing the outcome of this report in the World Forestry Commission, which is happening next year in May, and sharing with all the other, with Africa, Asia, and other countries on how protection forests are something that we in Europe, sorry, I'm not European, but I say we because I'm the secretary for this Forestry Commission, but we in Europe are promoting protection forests in all of our countries across Europe. Another thing that we're doing, this is not European, but this is something that I do as my personal capacity at FAO, is promoting resilient watershed management. And the importance of resilient watershed management is that it combines 3 things. One is the landscape perspective. A lot of times when we think about forest management or we think about watershed management, we only think of a small territory. However, when we look at resilient watershed management, we look at the entire landscape because we're looking at something. I work a lot in the mountain regions. So we're looking at something, glacial lake outburst flood, avalanche, something which can happen 150 kilometers away that can impact our watershed 150 kilometers downstream. It can cause landslides, flooding, debris flow, and things like that. So we're developing this handbook on resilient watershed management. So landscape perspective, including the risk perspective, which is extremely important. When you talk about risk, you're talking about vulnerability, capacity, hazard, exposure. And then we also, when we talk about resilient watershed management, we talk about the livelihood of people who live in that region, because we cannot we cannot separate the people who rely on the landscape for their livelihoods with watershed and landscape management. So this is we also have it's already live. You can go online and take e-learning on this, on these basic concept of what resilient watershed management is. And then to apply this, we also have a project ongoing in Peru and the Philippines, how to integrate resilient watershed management perspectives and disaster risk management from a landscape perspective with agricultural livelihoods. In particular, we're integrating it with agriculture value chains and how to integrate at the various stages, because as you know, most rural areas in the world are dependent on agriculture for their livelihoods. So we look at how they manage their land, how they do the distribution system, how they do their access to markets, and how they do their packaging, their labeling, and then selling in their local market to the external market. Our dream is to make it into the international market. If you're interested, we have this thing called the Mountain Products Initiative. Right now, we have about 22 products in 12 different countries, 11 different countries, and we're expanding the countries they're working with. And so please do look at it, because when we look at forests and we look at watersheds, we really need to remember that people's livelihoods depend on it. And any management of these watersheds, if we don't look at the people and how they interact with the watershed, we will fail. Another thing we do is we have different capacity building activities that we do, and this will be very relevant to the people who are attending today's webinar. We have a handbook. It's called Advancing Forest and Water Nexus. We have a training guide as well as workbook that you can use for training, and it's very step by step. It gives worksheets. It gives formats that you can use to apply. How we've tested it in Cambodia, we've tested it in Ethiopia, and we're testing it in other countries as well. So please do use it, and it's downloadable on our website. We also have an e-learning course. And as you know, in this month, in May, we have the World Water Week that's happening in Sweden. It's online. We'll be doing a whole day workshop on this training on forest and water. So if you anybody who's attending this webinar interested, please do attend that, and it'll be good for you. We also have a tool, an online tool, where you can, and it's fascinating because we have this QR code that you can access immediately. You walk into your watershed, you input your data, and it will give you different options on how to manage it for water, considering your socioeconomic conditions, the data availability, your water conditions, your hydrology conditions, and your forest conditions, and the forest type. So please do access that as well, because it's active now. It was launched in January this year, and it's online. We have an online YouTube as well, so you can, it's user-friendly, so you can watch the YouTube and use this tool. So moving forward, what I want to say is forest and water issues are forest, water, climate, and people issues. And we cannot forget when we talk about forest and climate that we need to consider water and we need to consider people. And for effective adaptation strategies, we need to always remember this link. Europe is leading the way in forest and water nexus as an integral part of development for national climate mitigation, adaptation strategies, forest management, and integrated approaches. And these lessons can be shared to other countries. And FAO, my job has been to really share these with the other countries that we're working with. And very important is that we can all work together and to make sure that we promote this whole forest, water, climate, and people nexus. That's it from me. And I'll be happy to answer any questions on any of the tools that I mentioned. Of course, I'm familiar with some more than others, but thank you very much for this opportunity again.
Thank you very much for your excellent presentation. Our third speaker will be Mr. João Rui Ferreira, Chairman of APCOR, the Portuguese Cork Association. He has been leading the association since 2012, and in that capacity, he has been advocating and promoting cork and cork oak products in different markets, along with the importance of cork oak forest as an agroforestry system for biodiversity and also as a barrier against desertification. He is also Secretary General of CELIEGE, the European Confederation of Cork, an organization that develops interesting instruments to promote cork and cork quality standards. He's going to present us the challenges of cork cluster and the effort to adapt cork oak ecosystem to a changing environment where issues like water and soil are crucial. So, Mr. Ferreira, please, you can have the floor.
Thank you very much. I believe my micro is unmuted. And my first words are, of course, to thank you for the invitation, the Portuguese government, right now taking the presidency of the European Union, and also the ICNF in this president, Mr. Nuno Benza, to thank you, Nuno Sequeira, as a moderator, to say hello to my colleagues in the panel, and to thank you all that are attending and listening to these wonderful presentations, that we are touching a subject that is key and vital for the future of Europe. And in other words, also for the future of the world, because forests don't have borders. Forests are all linked, and what we act in a part of the world will really impact other people, other societies, other locations, and we need to be very accurate to that. So our goal is really, and the true challenge of Europe and of Portugal in this case, is to find ways to promote agroforest systems, multifunctional systems that can combine the three goals that everyone is targeting, is creating progress, protecting planet, and also making this real, the planet, people, and profit, not an utopia, but it's something that it's real. And by showing you what we are doing, what is the cork sector today, I believe we can do a good picture of that. And we start by beautiful picture that I really love that combines a cork oak tree that has been harvested a few months or a few weeks previously. And in the other side of the photo is a Chinese child putting his ear, touching the cork. So actually in China, listening for the sounds of the cork forests. And these sounds are really historical. So the same sounds you listen today are the same sounds you could listen thousands of years ago in this beautiful ecosystem that exists. And these trees exist in this part of the world for more than 10 million years. So in fact, we are just a part of this story, and our job and our role is to keep these ecosystems more resilient and safer than the previous generation left to us. So I will touch cork as a unique raw material. I will show you some numbers that really show that Europe leads cork sector internationally, that Portugal is the world leader in cork, and taking the words of the previous presentation, saying that these ecosystems are absolutely wonderful by providing a vast majority of ecosystem service, of public goods that will help civil societies and the planet to be more resilient in the future. So we are talking about a raw material that is 100% natural, 100% recyclable and reusable. So there are no doubts about it, and this makes this raw material cork compared to other artificial materials very unique. And today we have a true challenge in Europe and in the world to change the single-use plastics for materials that can be reused, recycled, and that really don't impact in terms of pollution and in terms of creating waste that will create problems in oceans, in land, in soil. So in addition to its quality and the authenticity I mentioned previously as a sustainable product, it's important always to remind that when we are talking about cork is the bark of the cork oak tree. So this bark can be removed without damaging the tree, and it regenerates cork again afterwards, and it can be harvested again in cycles of 9 years, and a cork oak tree can live for a lifespan of more than 200 years. So imagine the number of times that we can harvest this tree. That doesn't ask much in exchange, and we can have a raw material to produce a lot of different products. This is an example of a typical cork oak forest landscape, and the trees that you see, the different colors and the different textures in the trees, that these trees have been harvested in these years. So it's really besides all the economical value, it's also very beautiful as a landscape. So, but let's put some numbers on this. We are not talking only about a conservative forest or a conservation forest. We are talking about a global business that globally in the world represents around 1.8 billion euros. And so consider that more than these 1.8 global billion euros, these sectors, this economical value is really high-added value for national economies. Portugal, Spain, France, Italy, and also the Maghreb region in the North African continent. And why? Because just to give you a number in Portugal, for each euro that the Portuguese economy exports in cork, 85 cents are added value to our economy. And today, that the ecosystem services are not integrated and the economical value of environment is not integrated in our GDP equation, it's really the trade exchange exports minus imports that will account for the increase of our GDP. And we are talking about 85 cents for each euro that this economy exports. As I said, Europe is leading by far the international trade of cork. We had a beautiful decade with an average growth of 4.2% of our exports from Europe to other parts of the world. And Portugal is leading these exports with around 2/3 of the global market. And over the last 3 years, despite this small decrease into 2020, and the reasons are known, I will not come back to the pandemics and to the COVID theme, but we have we had 3 consecutive years with exports that are over 1 billion euros. And so, like in Europe, we had a beautiful and an impressive growth, an average compound growth rate of 4.8% over the last decade. So it clearly shows that cork products are getting market share back. It's not compared with the wine consumption growth. It's not compared with other sectors. We are providing products growth. So it really means that cork is getting market share with high added value from other artificial products in other parts of the world. The most relevant countries where we are exporting to are the United States, France, Spain, Italy, and Germany. So we are talking about some of the biggest wine world producers. And in the case of Germany, is the only in the top 5 that Portugal exports other applications of cork for construction, for as like flooring, insulation products, but also for technological applications like the automotive industry, sports, etc., etc. And the others are clearly dominated by cork stoppers. But more relevant than the global number, again, what I want to show is that in all the markets we have been seeing an increase in the exports over the last decade. And I call your attention mostly for the United States, the largest wine consumer in the world, not per capita, but globally, and the market that everyone is targeting, where we had an increase of 65% over the last decade. And we need to be honest and clear. If Europe wants to lead the world in terms of added value, economical development, innovation, we need to look again with a strong alliance with the United States. And the cork sector in Portugal, to give you an example, is we are the 2nd largest exporter to the most relevant economy in the world, and we are established good links with consumers, with professionals, and we want to keep it this way. Cork stoppers account for 72% of our exports. So the wine business is clearly our main and first client, followed by what we call constructions and design materials that mostly cover all the in-house applications, both in construction, but also in decoration, and followed by a vast majority of applications that are using cork, that today many of them are still in the prototype lines, but we are really wanting and working on to develop that in the industrial scale. And of course, raw material and forest will play a very, very important role for the future of this beautiful story. So, as I said, it's a unique ecosystem. It's a unique ecosystem. We are talking about cork oak forests are situated mostly in the, or only in the West Mediterranean basin, and they account for around 2.1 million hectares in this part of the world. And as I mentioned previously, Portugal is leading not only in the surface of this forest, but also in the production of raw material, because forests are managed in that way. But we have also a strong potential of growth, both in Spain and especially in some parts of the North African continent. And this is very relevant because the cork oak forests are located mainly in regions where typically the industrial investment is not very high. So it's one of the unique economical activities and jobs that people can find in this part of the world. And today, and in Europe, like in other countries, we are looking to migration as a very, very important subject, politically, social. And so these are the kind of activities and jobs that can really fix people to land, to their original locations. And we are talking about an economical activity and a job that it's one of the best agricultural jobs in the world. We are talking about a man or a woman that works in the cork harvesting is having a wage of around 120 to 130 euros per day. So, and we are not talking about high-tech economies. We are talking about the forest activity. And this is important always to remind this point. It's clearly a carbon sink. We are talking about forests that can retain a huge amount of CO2. And today we have studies, we have done a lot of research that show that, for example, a cork stopper can do the offset and make neutral the emissions of a bottle of wine. So we know that the wine bottles can emit a part of this CO2, but by choosing a natural cork stopper, we can make it neutral and we can do the offset of these emissions. And of course, with these forests living for such a long period, there is a huge carbon sequestration that we can do in this ecosystem and in these forests. Clearly, a sector that is aligned with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. So we are committed to a solid and dynamic future with this approach. We have been touching and we are committed to this from a long time ago, and we are happy to see that today society, political leaders are also committed with this, and we clearly align with 12 of the 17 SDGs as it showed here. It's a biodiversity hotspot. It's differentiated and it's an habitat for a lot of species of animals, of birds, reptiles, amphibians. So it's a really true biodiversity hotspot. We have here one of the ex libris and one of the most beautiful animals in the world, the Iberian lynx, and it exists in this part of the planet. And also, it's for flora, it's a unique biodiversity hotspot as well, with more than 135 species for every 1,000 square meters. A photo that shows what this is really a paradigm. What we are seeing is a photo that was taken in Tunisia, and what you can see behind this green cork oak forest is the Sahara Desert. So it's the truth barrier against desertification that separates the south of Europe, the North Africa from the Sahara Desert, with a tree that is very well adapted to this climate, that lives in very scarce conditions, and that improves not only the soil organic matter and also contributes to regulate. And with the previous presentation, we saw how important it is, the hydrological cycle, the watersheds, and of course acts as a barrier against not only desertification itself, but also against social desertification. Vast amount of ecosystem services. An independent study done by Ernst & Young were able to identify these three main groups of ecosystem services, but also to make an estimation of what can be the value of these ecosystem services provided by the cork oak montado. And we are talking about an economical value over 1.3 thousand euros per hectare per year. So this is only the average estimated value for these ecosystem services associated with a properly managed forest. And this is true value that today not all ecosystem services are then transpounded to a financial scheme of payments, but it exists there, and they are saving also public money from doing this role. And what about the future? And I think the answer that really motivates us is that we are not happy with what we have done until today, but we are motivated to go much beyond this and to go much further. Not only because we are innovating in new products, innovating in having new processes, finding new consumers in every part of the world, but because we know that this sector, this industrial activity is the only one that can keep these ecosystems safe and more resilient. And we have clearly the winemaker's choice, with 7 out of 10 bottles in the world using natural cork. We are talking about more than 30 billion pieces of cork every year. So that you have an idea, it's 40 million cork stoppers per day that are exported from Portugal to the world. The consumer preference, and this is very, very important, consumers prefer cork. Consumers see cork as a sign of quality, and they don't want to have a plastic or another artificial material separating themselves from the pleasure of drinking a bottle of wine. But we are going and seeing much farther than that. And today we see cork used in different buildings, outside and inside, with different textures, with different visuals, but keeping the cork insulation characteristics, also both in sound, in thermal, and you can see that it's been used in many other uses, not only for home, but also for our personal goods like shoes, like tennis, and not only used by small companies, but also by some of the biggest brands today in the world. And today we are discovering what I traditionally call the invisible cork. So cork can be combined with other materials, giving the credits to the products they are being used to be more efficient, more environmental efficient with low emissions. And low emissions means also low consumption, low weight. And today, especially the automotive industry is looking very carefully to cork. So this is our focus. It's to keep this ecosystem more resilient, to leave this heritage even better for the next generations, and making what everyone believes that can be difficult to achieve. And we have this in Europe, we have this in Portugal, and we have an example that we can combine people, planet, and profit without leaving anyone behind, and making this story possible in our continent, in our union, showing that we are the best example in sustainability in the world, and we have a leader here that is the cork sector. Thank you for your attention. And of course, I'm available to any question. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. João Ferreira, for your excellent presentation. We have now listening to 3 interesting presentations addressing forest resilience, especially when it comes to water and soil involving conditions, and also have seen an example of a specific type of forest, the cork forest, and its importance, both at an economical and also as a deliverer of lots of ecosystem services. So I would like to address some questions that we have. The first one to Ms. Yuka Makino. Please, could you tell us if you know any specific case where the goal of the forest stand management via growing stock or tree species mixture would be to preserve and promote quantity and quality of drinking water? An example where the goal of the forest management should be to maximize the production of water with the soil infiltration and so on. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. I don't have a particular example specifically for drinking water, but I know of examples, for example, in Brazil, where there is extensive use of payment for ecosystem services to make sure that we reduce sedimentation into dams. As you know, along the main river in Brazil, there have been plans for several dams. And so what they're doing is upstream, where communities live and rely on forests, what they're doing is paying them services it's called payment for ecosystem services, so that they will actually manage their forests and their watersheds to reduce sedimentation into those dams to increase the life of a dam. So that's a very concrete example that's happening. There are several, I think the last time I worked on is about 30 dams along the river. And so all of those are actually paying for all the communities living upstream for ensuring that they reduce sedimentation and erosion, and actually paying the communities for managing those forests. And those dams can also obviously be used for drinking water, so it can be multi-purpose.
Thank you very much. I also have questions to Mr. João Ferreira. The first one is a very specific question. How is the cork business value calculated? From raw material sales or the final product? And also another question to Mr. João Ferreira is do you know if there are any studies or projections about the influence of climate change in Corco's oak implantation area? Thank you.
Thank you, Nuno. The answer to the first question is the value is calculated by the final product. So what we are talking about international trade commerce numbers, and so in fact this is the final product price that will account to this economical calculation. The second question, and this is a discussion we are having many years ago. Cork oak trees exist in all the territory in Portugal. For example, in the Douro region is a very rich region for cork oak trees. Portugal is we can find cork oak trees in all the country from south to the north. It's true that the vast majority of the areas are in the south. We are really looking to this progression, but if there is any species that, if well managed, these forests if they are managed properly in the right way, they are very well adapted to the south of Europe climate. They are very well adapted to this kind of soils, and and we can see even in Morocco, Tunisia, Algeria, we have still resilient forests, and we are studying and finding ways to protect it, to make it more resilient, and to make it more productive. By one reason, not only, and this is a win-win situation, not only because it will provide a lot of ecosystem services, and hopefully the newer European schemes, and we are, I don't say the word is not happy, but at least we are seeing that the European Union is moving in the right way to find these ecosystem service payment schemes so that forest owners can find not only from what they are producing, but also from what they are protecting, some economical revenue. And of course, we are looking at this, but not only to the south, not only to this region, but also to the north. There is, as I said in the beginning, there are trees and forests don't have borders. They don't look at the political borders, geographical borders. They will grow and they will develop where we let them. And so we are seeing this climate change, of course, but we really believe, and we have numbers on that, that the cork oak trees are probably the best species adapted to fight against this climate change progression from south to the north, and we are really promoting that. And the Portuguese authorities and the Portuguese government is also aligned with this ambition and with this vision.
Thank you. Another question to Mr. Yu Chang Kang, please. Similar to one also posed to Ms. Yuka, which is, do you know an example with scale about the forest installed to prevent soil degradation or recover it? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Actually, there are several examples using forest restoration or replantation in dealing with soil erosion. I would like to mention about the case in China. As you know, China is one of the countries suffering from sand and dust storms that is caused by the land degradation, mostly under the dry weather situation and windy condition. So China invested a huge money to establish forests around these dust emission areas. So according to the national document that saying that this project is successful, and the dust emission is likely to reduce over last 1 or 2 decades. So this is one example using a forest for soil erosion. preventing soil erosion. And I could take another example of using vegetation cover in sand dune fixation. So this is not a new one. You can find many examples in many areas, like for example, a part of North Africa and West Asia. So obviously there are a lot more examples using trees and land covers to protect soil erosion in many ecosystems. I hope this helps.
Yeah, thank you, thank you. You were very clear. So in Portugal, I don't know if you know, more than 90% of the forest belongs to private landowners. So the state-owned forest is has a very small scale in Portugal. So the policies must be made with a big focus on private landowners. So I would like to pose a question to Ms. Yuka Makino and Mr. Yu Chang Kang. So how do you think, from what you know, the better way to have forests that can deliver ecosystem services as soil protection and water, and also simultaneously provide economic value for landowners, so there can be an effective active management. I don't know if I was sufficiently clear about the question.
Thank you for that question. If I understood your question, I think that's precisely what I was talking about when I was discussing resilient watershed management. That you cannot consider land management, agricultural land management, whether it's for agricultural production or whether it's a forest or anything like that, divorcing it from the people who actually use it. And so we have programs where it can be from agricultural, what is it called, income generation activities, or it can be for non-timber forest products, or it can be timber products. But the thing is, when you're coming up with the landscape level, watershed level management of a plan, you always have to consider the people's use of it and how they use it. So I think that is directly related to what your question is saying. You can't just, a lot of time traditionally, about 20 years ago, traditionally the way forests were managed is that you separate the people. And that is actually, and you have so many examples around the world, that has actually caused the destruction of forests, because once you take away the ownership, you cause destruction. And therefore it's essential that you consider the needs of the landowners, essential to consider the needs of land tenure when you're managing forests, and the needs of the people who live there. So any forest management has to consider that.
Thank you, Yuka. Mr. Yu Chang Kang, I don't know if you want to complement with something.
Thanks. I would completely agree with what Yuka said. Just building on that, in the land use planning stage, maybe the engagement with private sector or local smallholders would be very effective way to bring up their awareness about sustainable management of forest and income generation in the future. Looking forward to the future in the long-term way. As Yuka already highlighted that. The integrated lands use management planning, the participation of stakeholders. Important aspects you have to always consider when you try to plan or develop project, implement a project, such as things. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you for your excellent answers. So we are reaching the end of this panel. So I would like to thank you both three again for your for accepting our invitation, for the presentations you deliver to us, and also wish you wealth in these strange pandemic days, and the continue of the good work you are doing. So now we'll take a break for lunch, and we will start again at 13:30. Okay? Thank you.
Okay.
Bye.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you. Bye. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you again.
Goodbye. If there are any answers that you still want to, please, you can find at AppCore website or send an email to info@appcore.pt, and we'll be more than happy to answer the non-answered questions.
Thank you. Thank you.
Stay safe. Bye-bye.
Stay safe.
Portugal é um país com uma diversidade de paisagens, habitats e espécies notável. Montanhas, vales e florestas escondem habitantes misteriosos. Na fronteira, os grandes rios desenham o seu percurso em cenários monumentais. Planícies ondulantes, montado de matagais, dão abrigo a alguns protagonistas da nossa história natural. Uma costa atlântica de extensos areais e arribas imponentes sustentam uma riqueza marinha extraordinária. recortada por estuários que são verdadeiros paraísos para milhares de aves. Vários povos, tradições e produtos valorizam estes territórios em equilíbrio com a natureza. Vamos descobrir este património natural riquíssimo numa viagem surpreendente pelas áreas protegidas de Portugal continental. O noroeste de Portugal acolhe o único parque nacional do país. Com aproximadamente 70 mil hectares de área protegida, o Parque Nacional da Peneda Gerês integra um conjunto montanhoso formado por várias serras. Acima dos 1000 metros, um reino de pedra impera. Imponentes fragas e penedos são apenas acessíveis a habitantes especializados. Um cenário selvagem e inóspito revela habitats raros e espécies singulares. Desde tempos imemoriais, o homem tentou domar estas encostas. Vestígios da sua presença pontuam a paisagem e contam histórias do passado. Um espaço que convida à descoberta e ao contacto com a natureza. A pastorícia sempre foi uma das principais fontes de subsistência para estes povos. Ainda hoje, vacas e garranos vagueiam livremente por pastagens verdejantes e lameiros. Impressionantes florestas seculares encerram recantos com uma envolvência mágica, dando abrigo a uma grande variedade de fauna e flora. Moldados pela água abundante, vales profundos serpenteiam por entre as monumentais comiadas graníticas, escondendo rios de águas frias e cristalinas. Longe dos nossos olhos e a entrega à natureza mais selvagem, o lobo ibérico ainda resiste nestas vastas serranias. Sob o território de Paredes de Coura, estende-se uma surpreendente mancha florestal. A paisagem protegida do Corno de Pico. Um valioso carvalhal, repleto de biodiversidade, sobressai num mosaico de socalcos e campos agrícolas. O Parque Natural do Litoral Norte estende-se ao longo de 16 quilómetros da linha de costa. É aqui que o rio Cávado encontra a sua última paragem antes de desembocar no oceano. Nestas águas estuarinas, a avifauna é abundante e diversificada. Uma área protegida que proporciona um contacto privilegiado com a natureza. Pinhais, maceiras e dunas são lugar de eleição para várias espécies características da orla costeira. Entre montanhas graníticas e prados verdejantes, surge o Parque Natural do Alvão. Bordejados por muros de pedra solta, lameiros e socalcos compartimentam a paisagem, onde raças autóctones de gado são uma presença característica. Na primavera, os prados explodem de cor e são refúgio para espécies com ciclos de vida surpreendentes. Rios de montanha de águas cristalinas escondem pequenas preciosidades. E, surpreendentemente, o rio Olo precipita-se da montanha, originando as maiores quedas de água do norte de Portugal, as Fisgas de Armeu. Numa das zonas mais remotas do país, em plena terra fria transmontana, localiza-se o Parque Natural de Montezinho. Neste território, montes suaves alternam com zonas de matos e imponentes formações geológicas. É o reino dos grandes mamíferos. Florestas de folhosas albergam uma grande diversidade de vida e na densa vegetação, cursos de água revelam habitantes misteriosos. Vales de terras férteis foram trabalhados pelas populações ao longo de séculos. Aldeias emblemáticas e produtos tradicionais promovem a região em equilíbrio com os seus valores naturais. Na terra quente transmontana, um extenso espelho de água sobressai na paisagem. A albufeira do Azibo. Recortando pequenos montes e vales cobertos de vegetação mediterrânica e atlântica, fornece um importante refúgio para várias aves. Lugares que transportam heranças culturais e tradições que se mantêm vivas nos dias de hoje. Durante milénios, o Rio Douro escavou um vale profundo, originando um grande canhão ibérico. Com 130 km de extensão, este grande desfiladeiro é a imagem de marca do Parque Natural do Douro Internacional. Aqui imperam as grandes aves de rapina. Matagais e campos contíguos ao rio são habitat de caça para algumas espécies ameaçadas. Grandes forças tectónicas originaram formações geológicas impressionantes. Nestes territórios de reduzida ocupação humana, a paisagem foi moldada ao longo dos tempos por uma agricultura tradicional, proporcionando habitats cheios de vida. A beleza desta região e a sua biodiversidade convidam a experiências únicas em proximidade com a natureza. No impressionante cordão dunar que separa o Atlântico do lado norte da Ria de Aveiro, surge a Reserva Natural das Dunas de São Jacinto. Um ecossistema bem conservado, que apresenta diversas plantas adaptadas às difíceis condições do litoral arenoso. No interior de uma mata de pinheiro bravo, plantada para estabilizar as areias, escondem-se vários recantos plenos de vida. Uma notável população de patos invernantes procura anualmente este local como refúgio. Nos domínios do xisto, em pleno coração da Serra do Açor, existe um tesouro botânico muito especial. A Mata da Margaraça. Esta é uma das florestas autóctones mais notáveis de Portugal. Uma vegetação exuberante e linhas de água encaixadas na rocha proporcionam um ambiente úmido e sombrio, dando abrigo a várias relíquias da nossa biodiversidade. A magia das aldeias de xisto mantém-se até aos dias de hoje, preservando tradições e saberes do passado. A serra mais alta de Portugal continental constitui um icónico parque natural. Moldada pela última glaciação, a Serra da Estrela apresenta relevos imponentes e cenários deslumbrantes. Um património geológico riquíssimo sustenta vários habitats de altitude, revelando diferentes espécies, algumas bem características desta região. Por entre os vales profundos surgem rios de montanha de águas rápidas com habitantes peculiares. Com a chegada do outono, as encostas das florestas de folha caduca transformam a paisagem numa viva paleta de cores. Desde tempos longínquos que a pastorícia está intimamente ligada à serra, fazendo parte da sua identidade. espetacularidade do Vale do Rio Coa acolhe a única área protegida privada do país, a Faia Brava. Por entre escarpados afloramentos graníticos, matos e sobreirais, as aves roupícolas encontram o seu território de eleição, entre elas várias espécies de abutres. Nas zonas de declive mais suave, o olival extensivo continua a ser explorado de forma tradicional. Um bom exemplo de sustentabilidade. Na planície de aluvião do Baixo Mondego, o Paúl de Arzila é uma das zonas úmidas mais importantes no vale deste rio. Galerias de salgueiros e amieiros alternam com manchas de caniço e bunho. Um autêntico labirinto que proporciona habitats a um leque muito diverso de aves e espécies aquáticas, atingindo o seu esplendor com a chegada da primavera. Desde tempos antigos que as gentes de Arzila recorrem ao bunho para o fabrico de esteiras artesanais. O estudo e a divulgação da biodiversidade são importantes. A anilhagem científica é disso exemplo, com sessões frequentes organizadas pelo Instituto da Conservação da Natureza e das Florestas. A norte da Figueira da Foz, uma pequena serra calcária precipita-se sobre o oceano no Cabo Mondego. Estratos rochosos formados ao longo de milhões de anos são expostos pela força das ondas, desvendando histórias impressionantes do tempo geológico. Junto à linha de fronteira, numa das zonas mais remotas de Portugal, o suave relevo da Serra da Malcata é dominado por extensos lesais. Na primavera, a floração dos matos enche a paisagem de aromas, de cor e de vida. Visto de cima, pequenos bosques e cursos de água abundante desvendam surpresas a cada recanto. A notável diversidade de espécies e habitats que aqui se encontram convidam à sua descoberta. Abrangendo uma grande faixa fronteiriça da Beira Baixa, ao longo dos vales encaixados do Rio Tejo e afluentes, o Parque Natural do Tejo Internacional revela-se imponente. Esta vasta área oferece proteção para várias plantas e animais e é fundamental na preservação de algumas aves ameaçadas, como a cegonha preta. Abundantes em alimento, montados, pastagens e matagais, acompanham o percurso do rio e são intensamente patrulhados por aves necrófagas. Nos pequenos afluentes, tamujais e outros matos densos crescem nas margens, constituindo o refúgio ideal para várias espécies. Olivais em socalcos são explorados pela gente destas terras, assim como o montado de sobro, contribuindo para um mosaico de paisagem muito diversificado. No reino do calcário do centro-oeste, a paisagem cárcica predomina no Parque Natural das Serras de Aire e Candeeiros. Muros de pedra tradicionais e pastagens recortam a serra num extenso rendilhado, onde se encontram alguns habitantes emblemáticos. Nos olivais tradicionais, a vida abunda nas suas mais variadas formas, destacando-se as orquídeas e outras plantas de zonas calcárias. Por entre escarpas, grutas e algares, há um mundo subterrâneo surpreendente. Populações de morcegos encontram abrigo nestas cavidades, formando colónias notáveis. Nas profundezas, magníficas galerias exibem esculturas suntuosas, desenhadas ao longo dos tempos pela ação da água sobre o calcário, originando uma importante rede de rios subterrâneos. Vestígios de espécies extintas ficaram gravados nas rochas, remetendo-nos para eras geológicas muito distantes. Várias atividades humanas sempre estiveram intimamente ligadas à serra e aos seus recursos, mantendo-se algumas nos dias de hoje. Ao largo de Peniche, tem lugar a única área protegida insular de Portugal continental, a Reserva Natural das Berlengas. O isolamento geográfico a que está sujeita resultou na existência de algumas espécies endémicas. As suas falésias constituem refúgio para importantes colónias de nidificação de aves marinhas. Na envolvente do arquipélago, uma vasta área marinha alberga um impressionante leque de vida. Correntes marítimas ascendentes, com origem em águas profundas, contribuem para uma elevada produtividade, originando uma fauna aquática riquíssima. Formado pelos caudais do Tejo e do Almonda, o Paúl de Boca e Lobo é uma importante zona úmida interior, rica em habitats aquáticos. Zonas de águas abertas alternam com ilhas de vegetação diversa, acolhendo um leque muito considerável de espécies, que aqui encontram refúgio e alimento em abundância. uma importante colónia de garça, ibis, pretas e colhereiros encontra segurança no paúl e condições ideais para se reproduzir. Este é um espaço de eleição para a observação de aves. Debruçado sobre o Atlântico, no extremo mais ocidental da Europa, o Parque Natural de Sintra-Cascais inclui uma sucessão de relevos que se estende até à costa. O clima úmido desta serra, com frequentes nevoeiros e temperaturas amenas, acolhe uma vegetação luxuriante e animais surpreendentes. Envolta por uma zona de elevada densidade populacional, onde a presença humana e o património histórico se fundem na paisagem. Junto à costa, a vida prospera, entre falências e dunas moldadas pelo vento. Às portas de Lisboa, o estuário do Tejo é um dos maiores da Europa, integrando uma reserva natural de elevada importância, em particular para a avifauna. Um complexo de habitats estuarinos que inclui vasos, sapais e campos agrícolas, acolhe bandos de milhares de aves, algumas delas invernantes. Uma extensão de montado acompanha o Vale do Rio. Este ambiente florestal acolhe alguns habitantes curiosos. O turismo de natureza assume especial relevo nesta área protegida, existindo diversas infraestruturas desenhadas para a observação de aves. Na margem sul do Tejo, ao longo de 13 km de linha de costa, ergue-se uma arriba fóssil com desníveis na ordem dos 70 metros. As formas geológicas são impressionantes, com vestígios de seres marinhos com milhões de anos. Nas dunas, sobre a arriba, surge a Mata dos Medos. Aqui, o estrato arbóreo é dominado por velhos pinheiros mansos e um extenso coberto arbustivo, onde aroeiras e medronheiros prosperam, constituindo habitat para várias espécies. Situado na cadeia montanhosa da Arrábida e área marítima adjacente, o Parque Natural da Arrábida estende-se por uma costa deslumbrante. Falésias calcárias banhadas pelo sol abrigam a fauna e flora singulares, incluindo alguns endemismos. O microclima característico permitiu o desenvolvimento de matas com elevado interesse botânico, verdadeiras relíquias de uma floresta ancestral mediterrânica. Ao longo da costa, em águas de cor turquesa, localiza-se o Parque Marinho Professor Luís Saldanha. A diversidade de vida subaquática que aqui ocorre é impressionante, constituindo um importante núcleo de reprodução e crescimento. No extremo oeste surge o Cabo Especial, local de paisagens costeiras sumptuosas e de elevada importância geológica, revelando vestígios de um passado distante. No troço final do Rio Sado, por entre Rosais e Salinas, surge uma importante reserva natural. Uma vasta zona úmida de lodo e sapal oferece condições ideais para vários seres que vivem ao ritmo das marés. No plano de água, habita a única população de golfinhos roazes residente no estuário português. Separando o estuário do mar, um extenso cordão de dunas acolhe uma variedade botânica com elevado valor de conservação. Anualmente, tem aqui lugar um dos maiores eventos dedicados ao turismo de natureza e educação ambiental. A escassos quilómetros da fronteira, o Rio Tejo atravessa uma imponente formação geológica, as Portas de Ródão. As escarpas quartzíticas cobertas de zimbrais alinham-se verticalmente, constituindo um importante local de nidificação para grifos e outras aves rupícolas, como o britango e a cegonha preta. Com mais de 1000 metros de altitude, a Serra de São Mamede é a maior formação montanhosa a sul do Tejo. Cristas quartzíticas marcam a paisagem, intercaladas com florestas e campos agrícolas que albergam várias espécies emblemáticas. As diversas exposições das encostas e a altitude originam diferentes microclimas que se refletem no coberto vegetal, que aqui assume influências atlânticas e mediterrânicas. Estas características não foram indiferentes aos vários povos que, ao longo da história, deixaram a sua marca no território, valorizando a riqueza natural desta região. No troço intermédio do Val do Guadiana, ladeado por escarpas e matagais mediterrânicos, o grande Rio do Sul revela-se de forma imponente. Nesta bacia hidrográfica, persistem espécies piscícolas ameaçadas que urge preservar. Montados de azinho e estevais, dominam o relevo suave da região, abrigando uma grande diversidade de habitantes, alguns muito especiais. Culturas de sequeiro estendem-se pela planície, criando habitats para aves estepárias e de rapina. Durante séculos, os recursos naturais da região atraíram as populações humanas, possibilitando várias atividades em equilíbrio com a natureza. Uma faixa de 16 km de ecossistemas litorais, onde se destaca a Lagoa de Santo André, constitui um paraíso para a avifauna. Bosques de salgueiros e caniçais albergam uma grande diversidade de vida. Aqui, várias espécies são estudadas de forma regular. As aves residentes e as migratórias, que aqui encontram um ponto de paragem e alimentação. A reserva é um ótimo local para a educação ambiental, promovendo o conhecimento e o contacto com a natureza. Para prevenir a eutrofização e o assoreamento, a lagoa é anualmente aberta ao mar num evento muito participado pela população. O litoral do sudoeste alentejano possui uma grande variedade de paisagens, onde se incluem praias selvagens, dunas bem conservadas e arribas monumentais. Falésias de enorme beleza carregam histórias de um passado longínquo, oferecendo condições ideais para a nidificação de várias aves nos inóspitos rochedos. A cegonha branca tem aqui o único local de nidificação em rochedos costeiros de toda a Europa. No extremo sudoeste de Portugal continental, banhado por um mar revolto, surge um algarve diferente. Neste paraíso oceânico, Uma grande diversidade marinha revela-se em várias formas e cores. Vales recortados e arribas majestosas escondem importantes aspectos biológicos moldados por forças indomáveis ao longo do tempo. Ao largo da costa, mamíferos marinhos irrequietos percorrem estas águas em grupos numerosos. Por entre planaltos e rochedos, florescem várias preciosidades da nossa flora. Estes territórios são uma das últimas paragens em continente europeu para várias aves migradoras que rumam a sul no final do verão. Numa extensão de 60 km de faixa litoral no Sotavento Algarvio, o Parque Natural da Ria Formosa corresponde a um complexo sistema lagunar de padrões exuberantes. Apesar da presença humana, esta zona úmida acolhe uma grande variedade de plantas e animais. Os sapais e zonas de entre-marés são muito ricos em nutrientes, proporcionando alimento para várias espécies. Esta área protegida permite que várias atividades humanas sejam conciliadas com a proteção da biodiversidade. Abrigado pelas Ilhas Barreira, este ecossistema lagunar acolhe algumas espécies bastante ameaçadas, sendo alvo de projetos de conservação. No interior do Barrocal Algarvio, uma massa calcária mais resistente à erosão eleva-se na paisagem. A Rocha da Pena. À sua volta, um vasto matagal mediterrâneo encerra uma interessante variedade de espécies. No encontro da Serra do Caldeirão com o Barrocal, uma densa galeria ripícola abriga um autêntico oásis de vida. A vegetação e as águas da Ribeira de Menalva são um recurso precioso, atraindo diferentes visitantes e oferecendo matéria-prima para o artesanato local. Junto à Foz do Guadiana, localiza-se a Reserva Natural de Castro Marim e Vila Real de Santo António. A exploração do sal ao longo de séculos criou um conjunto diversificado de habitats estourinhos. Salinas e sapais dão abrigo a várias espécies de aves. Nas dunas, habitantes curiosos tentam passar despercebidos. A gaivota de Audouin é um dos ícones desta reserva, formando aqui concentrações únicas no país. Várias atividades e produtos fazem parte da cultura deste território, tendo com ele evoluído através dos tempos. Ao longo deste território tão diverso, a Rede Nacional de Áreas Protegidas é fundamental na preservação dos nossos valores naturais. Esta é uma das maiores riquezas de Portugal e a sua conservação é a garantia de um futuro sustentável.
In the west of Europe, there is a country where wildlife can still be found
in Europe, different aspects of the problem. And we are going to have two main presentations, by one on the topic of new tools for forest fire risk assessment from people from the European Commission, DG Environment, and another one by Professor Francisco Gomes da Silva from the Portuguese Pulp and Paper Association on the perspective of a large company or group of companies on the minimization of forest risk factors from the standpoint, from the perspective of the industry. I am going to quickly introduce our speakers. Humberto Rosa is Director for Natural Capital, DG Environment. Previously, he was Director for Mainstreaming Adaptation and Low Carbon Technologies in DG Climate Action. He has an expertise in European and international environmental policy, served as Secretary of State for the Environment of the Portuguese government, has been also was an advisor for environmental matters to the Prime Minister of Portugal, and he holds a PhD in evolutionary biology. I'm also going to introduce the speaker who is going to share the first presentation with Dr. Humberto Rosa, who is Duarte Om, who is a project officer working at the European Commission Joint Research Center in Italy. He is with the Disaster Risk Management Unit, involved in the fire team. They are doing research on wildfire risk assessment, developing algorithms for burned area mapping, and providing support to the European Forest Fire Information System and the Global Wildfire Information System. Duarte has an undergraduate degree in forestry from the University of Lisbon and a PhD in forestry and natural resources from the same university. I'll go ahead and also introduce at this stage my colleague, Francisco Gomes da Silva. He's a professor at the School of Agriculture at the University of Lisbon, has a degree in agricultural economics from the School of Agriculture. He also has a PhD in agronomy and a postgraduate degree in corporate sciences. Currently, he is General Director of CELPA, the Association of the Pulp and Paper Industries of Portugal. He was also a founding partner of Agroges, which is a consulting company in the agricultural sector, and he served as Secretary of State of Forests and Rural Development in the 19th constitutional government of Portugal. So these will be our speakers for this session. And with the introductions finished, I give the word to Dr. Humberto Rosa to start their presentation.
Well, thank you very much, and good afternoon to our moderator, the other speakers, and to the Portuguese presidency for this very opportune debate. Indeed, when discussing forest resilience, prevention of wildfires is a fundamental issue, and we have indeed some new tools coming in to help us on that. I will be referring to land-based, nature-based tools that can help us on forest fire prevention. I'm no expert whatsoever on forest fire prevention, you can understand that, but I do have this interest from my remit on natural capital, and I'm also a Portuguese national, and we all know as Portuguese nationals what mega fires can imply of devastating consequences. But let me start by saying we are well aware that wildfires are per se a natural phenomenon. Fire is a natural component of ecosystem dynamics, noticeably in certain regions, and actually trees have evolved towards getting adapted to cope with fire. We've heard today about cork. I used to say that cork is actually an adaptation of the cork oak to fire conditions, of course. So why have forest fires become a major threat? Indeed, a worldwide threat, Europe included, but we've seen very often California, Australia, Southern Europe now expanding into new regions and territories as a threat. And that's because we do have new circumstances that make the problem different, of a new scale, including climate change conditions, of course. So it's good to actually, if we have new circumstances, to look to what new tools we may have to deal with the problem. Now, so the problem is not fire per se, but it's actually the fire pattern or the fire frequency or the fire scale. It's indeed these mega fires that are aggravated by climate change and by weather conditions, not the single factor, not the ultimate factor, but one of the factors that are the problem. And we know that when we get to certain kinds of forest fires, what I'm calling mega fires, well, they are beyond suppression capacity. It's not an issue of bringing in more airplanes, more firefighters, or more capacity to suppress the fire that can solve the situation. Only land-based prevention can help us avoid or minimize this risk of mega fires. Now, I would say that the factors that determine if mega fires will occur are probably essentially of two sorts. The first one is weather conditions, especially these aggravated by climate change conditions. And I've heard very often in Portugal referring to this 30-30-30 equation, that when we get to over 30 degrees centigrades, over 30 kilometers per hour of wind speed, and below 30% of air humidity, we are in perfect conditions for a mega fire, if the circumstances on the ground so allow. Well, these kind of weather factors we cannot really control. We can, of course, and should continue fighting climate change, but we've heard also today, it's here to stay for a while. So we cannot just expect to influence in the short run the weather conditions that fuel mega fires. The other factor we can influence, which is for structure, composition, condition, fuel load. So in other words, it's the situation of the local ecosystem and landscapes that we can aim at managing in order to help for prevention. Now, and indeed, this is quite equivalent to adapting to climate change. In essence, we have the weather conditions we have that will get even aggravated. So we must innovate in the way we manage the territory. And these forest ecosystem elements I've referred to, structure, composition, condition, fuel load, are quite relevant. Now, we do have this commission expert group on forest fires that has worked towards guidelines. Now, I think they were diffused among the participants, but they are precisely guidelines on land-based approaches to prevention of forest fires. And of course, some of the tools identified there and the examples brought in are not necessarily new. I'll give you one. A prescribed fire is one of those, not necessarily new, but indeed it may benefit from better use. It actually delivers win-wins. It's not only a way to reduce for a fire risk, it's also the fact that some species and ecosystems actually require fire to thrive. So we need indeed to use more prescribed fire. The second one, which I actually would label as a nature-based solution, is ecosystem management as such. I mean, introducing diversity, age mix, species mix, avoid monospecies and mono-age that usually make the forest more prone to more sensitive to fire. Actually looking into the species choice and composition, not because there are unburnable trees, of course, but because some species are actually more resilient to fire conditions. For instance, the deciduous trees are less susceptible usually than conifers, and often native trees can cope better with local conditions than alien trees. Then we have tree density, shrubs, fuel load. And on this, I would call attention to another element. Of course, we need to manage biomass, but we don't have the economic and social conditions to everywhere have such an intensive management with machinery so as to have the adequate levels of biomass. But we have some service providers that should be there in the territory and often are no longer, which are called herbivores. Grazing is an ecosystem service as such, including for forest fire prevention. So I actually believe that we need more domestic, semi-wild, or wild, including free-roaming herbivores, to bring in this management component that nature can give us on fuel removal, fostering discontinuity, and help maintaining a mosaic landscape. Indeed, I think another angle is closer to nature forestry practices that can also be shaped towards having more resilient forests versus in relation to forest fires. In essence, the booklet that has emanated from this expert group on forest fire prevention, where all member states are represented and all almost all neighborhood countries do identify and bring in these examples of what I call now new tools, including nature-based solutions for fire prevention. So my last message is, I am convinced that nowadays there are 3 policy areas that converge in practice, which is adaptation to climate change, nature restoration, and forest fire prevention. They all require and benefit from nature restoration, prescribed fire, diverse forests, mixed forests, more deciduous and native species, control of invasive alien species, more herbivores and grazing, including free-roaming herbivores, and more mosaic and discontinuous landscapes. I think this convergence is the essence of the Green Deal, including its biodiversity strategy and the forest strategy that will build on it, that we are developing right now. So I don't mean there's any silver bullet from an ecosystem approach, but I'm convinced that ecosystem management, as I call it, is indeed a sine qua non condition to prevent forest fires of the scale we have seen in the past. Thank you very much, and passing the floor back.
Okay, just one very quick comment before passing the word on to Duarte. Shifting the paradigm towards land-based prevention is such an uphill battle that even the booklet on it has on its cover not land-based prevention, but aerial fire suppression. So I think that really indicates that how much our minds are still working in the old framework.
If I can react on that?
Please do.
No, my reaction is simply, it's precisely to avoid having aerial means fighting forest fires that we need land-based prevention.
Exactly.
So it's, okay, so it's an image to show what we want to avoid and not what we promote.
Okay, good, thank you. Duarte, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Zé Miguel. Thank you. Can you see my presentation?
Yes.
It's on the presentation mode already, right?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. So first of all, on behalf of the Joint Research Center, and more specifically from the fire team led by Jesus and Miguel, I would like to thank the opportunity that the Portuguese president and also the CNF gave to us to present our work. Also, I would like to thank, it's a pleasure for me to be here in this panel, specific panel moderated by Zé Miguel, which we have worked more than 15 years, so it's really a pleasure for me. So before I start my presentation, I would like to say some words about the role that we as a fire team belong to the Disaster Risk Management Unit we are doing. So we are the focal point of the forest fire information system in Europe, and we provide information to European Commission services, but also to European Parliament and forest services and civil protection service from EU and non-EU countries. So we cover not only the European scale through the European Forest Fire Information System, which is EFIS, but also now we have scaled to the global scale through the Global Wildfire Information System. So we cover all the phases of the fire cycle, providing services for the countries and with the countries as well. So, and one of the products that we are going we recently released to the countries is one that we are going to present now, which is the fire risk. So let me just pass in the slide. So to have a glimpse, I'm going to present some context, some historical context, the schema that we adopt, the methodology that we applied, and also the map viewer that we present early this year to the expert groups of forest fires already mentioned by Humberto in the previous presentation. So historically, the harmonized approach for fire risk assessment started in 2014, following the European Court Auditor's report. And in 2016 was created a specific group for wildfire risk assessment within the expert groups of forest fires. Just to remind you that the expert group of forest fires are a network of 43 experts from 43 countries that also contributing for the conception and development of the EFIS system. After that, we published and disseminate information to the countries of our variables and methodology in 3 different publications. And recently, as I was mentioned, this year, we released the draft version of the Wildfire Risk Map Viewer, which is an ongoing process. So as I was mentioned before, so fire risk is a product of the EFIS database. So this was established by the joint effort between the European Commission services and countries that started in 1998. And I was mentioned is a focal point on forest fire information in Europe. So it's a solid and well-known fire information monitoring system and providing information to the countries for all the phases of the fire cycle. So has from the pre-fire and post-fire phases, supporting fire prevention, preparedness, firefighting, and post-fire operations. So that will also complement National Fire Information System through the provision on harmonized data, methods, and standards. For now, 2021, we have 43 countries that belong to the EFIS network. Countries not only belong to Europe, but also North Africa and Middle East. So what is the definition of wildfire risk? So it can be defined as a product of the fire hazards and the vulnerability of people, ecosystem, and goods that could be exposed to wildfires. So assets at risk that are exposed in vulnerable areas. And the main goal of this exercise under the umbrella of EFIS is actually to build a pan-European wildfire risk classification in order to harmonize all the different regional or national process, and at the end to be comparable between countries. And improve what could happen is to improve not only planning, but also coordination of prevention, preparedness, and firefighting actions in order to mitigate the damage effect of wildfires. This is a fire scheme that we adopt. So it's divided into 2 branches. So it's the fire danger and the vulnerability. The fire danger can be defined as the combination of the presence of ignition sources, the fuel availability, and the conditions for fire ignitions and spread, which is the fire behavior. So it also refers to the condition under which an ignition can result in wildfire, taking into account the availability of fuels, the condition of fuels, for instance, the moisture, but also the prevalent meteorological conditions. The vulnerability is referring to what I mentioned before, that people, ecosystem, and goods, people that are living in vulnerable interface areas, the ecosystem that are assessed by the ecological value, and the goods that are assessed by their socio-economic value. Just to state here that we include also exposure in the term of vulnerability. So vulnerability exposure are condensed in the same word, let's say. So vulnerability exists if a series of assets, for instance, people, ecosystem, and goods, are exposed to damage by wildfires. Taking into a little bit more detail what we did in this exercise. So we based our analysis in Eurocortex grid, which is the grid of 12.5 kilometers. Also, it's the official grid that climate change analysis in Europe are using. So it's good and will be consistent for our projections in the future due to the climate change. And also we based our layers in the development of a potential, but what we designated as a potential burned area, which is all vegetation types, include croplands, that are capable of burn. So it's a way, based on remote sensing data, it's a way to avoid false alarms and also to not consider the vegetation, the fires that are not corresponding to vegetation fires. Also, we provide to the countries different projections, and also we are going to be updating annually. This is a structural fire risk, but we will be subject of annual updates. In terms of methodology, to be briefly, we based our methodology in 3 pillars. So, and not served as uncertainty assessment using Monte Carlo and bootstrap approaches. With that, we did more than 100 runs for each pixel, for each risk components, to have the percentage of agreement between multiple model instance. Also, the multiplicity, because it's more than one dimension problem, we use the Pareto ranking also to avoid to allocate any weights to the variables. So to leave that decision to the policymakers and also to the fire managers. The flexibility, it's because we can incorporate much more variables or modified versions of the input data as long as we respect the fire schema. But despite we don't give any weights to the variables, we, through the lexicographic approach, we fix a priori that humans are more important, and this is a general agreement with the countries, of course, humans are more important than ecological and economic aspects. So that's the reason that the risk for human lives are prioritized comparing with ecological and economic risks. So in a nutshell, so the European fire risk, it's a simple, but also the consistent map that will support policy. Will be generated an index that summarizes the combined effect of wildfire danger, but also vulnerability of people, and ecosystem and goods. And the format of the risk maps will be a simple score that will range from 0 to 100%, and then could be aggregated in 3 levels of risk. As I was saying, high risk, for instance, can be expected when high fire danger affects the most critical areas for people. So much more important than ecological or socioeconomic expense. This is the 3 classes for the risk, that it's an overview of these 3 classes, aggregated at mean level 1. Also, we have available at pixel level. And this is what we present to the countries early in this year, and it's still an ongoing process because we are having discussion with the countries to try to improve the system. It's a map viewer, so where countries could have that information and could calculate their own risk. We have the same schema that we have in AFIS. We have base layers. We also have danger in the upper part of the branch, as you can see in the image inside and right, with danger by weather, for instance, and danger by thermal anomalies. We also have the vulnerability of people, ecological and socioeconomic value, and we have the risk and 2 different perspectives at pixel level, 12.5, but in also an administrative level aggregation. Also, we have all the variables that we use to calculate the risk. You still have some variables to input the data, for instance, the slope and the wind. But as I was mentioned before, it's quite flexible to incorporate those areas, and the risk, of course, the levels of risk will change according to the ingestion of new data. So this is an overall picture of the high risk aggregated fire risk class for Europe at administrative level, and also we provide to the countries a user's guide that could be easily help them to explore the data. So as a final remarks, what would provide to countries the wildfire risk assessment? Well, first of all, they can support policy. So because we are including also sort of uncertainty and leave that decision to the policymakers. Also, it's very important to have a platform that could be, or a result that can be comparison between different countries. Also, they could be used to develop tools to support fire management measures or prevention or preparedness managers in countries together. But also could be flexible enough to be reachable at different scales, at national or regional scales. Also, another thing that we think that it could be very useful is for the normal citizen, the common citizen, that is, even if not related with fire management, or they could have this information and could help them in some way. Also will be useful for training and capacity building among the countries. As I was saying, this is an ongoing process. So we are now, we have the first version. We are now tuning the version with the countries. We are having some bilateral meetings with each country. we have some suggestions from that. For instance, we including scope, slope, aspect, or wind effects, of course, would change in out and mountain areas, of course, would change the level of risk. The separated risk by vulnerable component, it's also one suggestion from the countries, and also improving fire characterization or filtering fire characterization, also to revise the population vulnerability, especially around the big cities. And that's all from my side. Thank you very much for the opportunity to share our work.
Thank you, Duarte. If we have time, I will give the opportunity for a few questions to be asked after after both presentations at the end of the presentation. So now I pass the floor to Francisco Gomes da Silva. Please go ahead, Francisco.
Thank you, José Miguel. I'm trying to share. I don't know if it's okay now, if you are watching my screen.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So first of all, on behalf of CELPA, let me give the first words to thank the Portuguese presidents for the initiative and the invitation to be here, particularly to ICNF and its president, Nuno Banza. Also a special word for my colleagues on this panel. I'm far from being a specialist on wildfire subjects, as José Miguel knows very well. So my perspective here is very focused on the perspective that we do have to manage forests in order to use some products that we need to produce paper, pulp, and the final products. Anyway, wildfires do concern us on two different perspectives. One of them is, of course, because they do destroy forest areas, and for the landowners and for those who manage those areas, that destruction means hard impact on their economic activity. But the other concern, besides the natural values that is also going away when the forest is burned, the other concern is that wildfires tend to catch all the attention from the policymakers that think about the forest and have to develop policies for the forests in Europe and also in Portugal, of course. So that's another major concern, because what happens frequently is that we are talking about policies that have a main concern on the wildfires, and that's okay. We do need those policies, but sometimes we tend to think or to say that those are our policies for the forests, and normally the forest and the forest owners and the forest managers do need policies that are not focused on wildfires, but focused on the management of the forests and the other aspects. Anyway, I'll try to be as short as I can, trying to contribute to this discussion. And I would like you to keep a message in mind, that is the supporting planted forests that are well managed, that are managed according to sustainable practices, is the key to maximize the role of forests for the society. It is also the most effective way to minimize forest risk factors, such as wildfire. And finally, it is the most effective way to improve the aggregated effect on carbon sequestration rate, soil protection and soil production, water management, and biodiversity improvement. This is, for me, the basic message that I would like to live here. And when I'm talking about risks, of course, that in this specific panel, we are talking about wildfire risks. So if I do have a planted forest that I can manage, that I do manage in a sustainable way, this is a good contribution for the society and for what the society expects from the forests. I'll pass through the 5 points. So just a brief idea what SELPA is. We do gather the largest pulp paper companies working in Portugal. They are gathered in 4 groups: Navigator, Altri, DS Smith, and Renova. Here are the largest private managers of Portuguese forest. We do represent 100% of pulp production and 90% of paper and board production in Portugal. We produce annually statistical volume where everyone can check all the data concerning not only the industrial side of the organizations, but also the forest side of it. We manage 146,000 hectares of eucalyptus within 190,000 hectares of forest areas, where we do include nowadays 28,000 hectares of other uses different from forest itself. Goes from agriculture to protection areas and so on. Of course, we do use wood to produce pulp and paper, and we also use, some of our associated companies do use recycling paper on their process. We export for more than 120 countries, and we do represent more than 4.4% of national exports. Some figures that I would like you to have in mind. In the last 10 years, SELPA associated companies spent nearly 30 million euros on preventive practices on forests, and they have spent nearly 42 million euros on forestry research and development on several dimensions, including fire prevention and firefighting. It is important to have in mind that from the forest that our associates manage, they own and they manage, the forest is 100% certified under FSC or PEFC standards. The message that managing is the best contribution we can give to lower the wildfire risks. I'm not talking, of course, as a politician. I'm talking in the name of someone that has to manage forests. So this is the contribution we may have, is really to manage those areas. And the proof of it is that in the last 10 years, as an average, the proportion of burned area on the forests that are managed by SELPA associated was nearly 2 times lower than the proportion of burned national forest, which means that managing do pays for its purpose. Okay. So just a glance, of course, we do have wildfire risk. That's a major concern. When we cross this problem with climate change, we have, of course, a bigger problem. As was said before, huge wildfires are happening. The conditions are changing. So for SELPA, we try to answer to that changing on natural conditions reinforcing several field actions that we have in close cooperation with landowners and their organizations, which means that SELPA, besides managing the forests of the companies, we have, as we can see a little further on, several programs near private landowners in order to improve their management practices in the field. Other risk factors also are also in our worries, of course, pest disease and invasive species that also behave as a consequence on climate change conditions. One important thing is that for managers in the forests, the risk perception doesn't normally matches the reality, let's say. Normally, nowadays in Portugal, and especially when we talk about wildfires risk, the perception of this risk is higher than the incidence of the risk factor that we are talking about. It has a consequence is that normally landowners they avoid to invest when the perception of the risk is too high. They avoid to invest in forestation and reforestation, and they avoid to invest on management practices because the perception is that the marginal cost they will have to support on improving management does not pay for the additional income that would result from those practices. This means that the real risk will increase as a consequence of this lack of investment. And climate change is accelerating this increasing rate of the risk of wildfires. In addition, many public policies do overload forest owners and managers with mandatory additional costs in order to reduce the risk of the society, for the society, and to provide additional public goods, the so-called ecosystem services. And so this will return to the up of the figure, meaning that risk is growing and the perception is growing probably faster than the risk itself. So in the end, private forest owners are many times financing public policies budgets. Climate change is a demanding process where positive actions concerning sustainable forest management should be financially supported by the EU budget. We cannot wait, we cannot expect that forests will fulfill their role just based on mandatory policies. We do have to have some financial instruments in order to develop or to allow forest managers to develop sustainable practices. What we do as SELPA is we try to do our part in the field, sometimes financing ourselves different programs near forest owners that we work with. Okay, I will skip this slide and I will focus on a specific thing in Portugal that is what I call here the eucalyptus restriction law that is now that we have now since 2017, I think, where in a simple words we cannot plant additional areas of eucalyptus, and we have whenever we do reforest based on eucalyptus, we have to decrease the amount of area that we are replanting in the place. Why am I talking about this? Because in my perception, I don't have any statistical evidences or data, but the thing is, and it happens a lot on forest and on agriculture, that eucalyptus in Portugal works a little bit like the traction force of the investment in forest, mainly in the center and in the northern region. So when we do forbid to plant eucalyptus, what happens is that the investment in forest declines, not only on eucalyptus side, but also when looking to other species. And it has an impact like frozen the forest, meaning that the management is coming down to lower and lower levels. This gives the nature the chance to take its course, and as we all know, the result of this free course of the nature is far from being a healthy forest. We can just check some figures. We have here in Portugal 260,000 hectares of eucalyptus that need to be reforested. They are in good locations, and they are on the third or unknown rotation. This means that it doesn't pay to manage it. So either you take it out and put new plantation, or you just leave it like that. And what is happening is that people just leave it because it doesn't pay to reforest, as they have to take it all out and plant a lower area. If we look to if we presume a 12-year cycle of managing this kind of plantations, the theoretical reforestation rate should be around 22,000 hectares per year to keep the actual area of eucalyptus in Portugal. I'm not talking about its location. Of course, we should look for better locations, but if the political idea is to have around the actual area, we should be replanting 22,000 per year. We are now in average 9,000 hectares per year of replantation, and in the last 2-3 years we are talking about 5,000-6,000 hectares per year of replantation. What this means is that we are having older and older forests that are not being managed because it doesn't pay. So I think that from the point of view of wildfires, this is not the most interesting scenario that we have. So what do? We try to turn some knowledge into action. We have some programs in the fields. I will not spend time with this. For sure, the organization will put the presentations at your disposal. So we have the Melhor Eucalipto, the Better Eucalyptus project, that basically we try to disclose the good forestry practices near private owners. We try to give technical support. We try to improve eucalyptus plantation management, making them more profitable and sustainable and adding value to the forest that is managed. Then we have the Clean and Fertilize program. It's a very interesting program. We have reached 35,000 hectares in the last 3 years. We have a purpose of 100,000 hectares. We are not talking about forest managed by our associated companies. We are talking about private landowners, and it is easier. The landowner cleans the plantation of when we're talking about cleaning, we are talking about maintenance practices, and the SELPA pays the fertilizer and pays a part of the fertilization services. So this means we are having more and more areas of eucalyptus that are being managed, at least based on those two practices of cleaning and fertilizer. We have a program in Pedrógão. I will not talk about it much more, but around 100 hectares, just to show that something has to be done in the area, and very few is being done in the forest in the area that was burned in 2017. And finally, two additional programs. One is the 3600 Mission project. That is a project that we do develop near the schools and near students and teachers, trying to show the circularity of the economy that is based on the forests, specifically on pulp and paper, of course, but trying to put additional information in the schools. And finally, the Forest and Sustainability Award, that is also in the 3rd edition, tries to distinguish and reward the best forestry practices and recognize the importance of forestry sector for Portugal as a country and as an economy. So that's basically what I have to say, and of course I'm available for any question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Francisco. We are exactly on time, which means that I will exceed it a little bit to accommodate some questions that, a few questions that were asked. And I'll summarize them by saying that they primarily focus on eucalypt plantations themselves as a risk factor for fire. Whether I have a question from, or a set of questions from Pedro Souza on the detrimental environmental impacts of eucalypt plantations, initially addressed to Humberto Rosa, and then also to, or at least in relation with Francisco's presentation, on necessary restrictions to the area occupied by eucalypt and pine plantations. For eucalypt, we have just been told that such legislation is already in place. And then I have a question along the same lines from Matthias Walter on asking whether isn't the eucalyptus monoculture, in addition to climate change, also a major risk factor for wildfires. I don't know, Francisco, if you would care to comment on these questions.
Yeah.
Humberto Rosa also, of course.
Yeah, I'll do it in a brief. When someone says that we should remove the eucalyptus, the first thing I ask is, what do you want to put there? We have this restriction from 2017. What did happen in the fields to put it in a better condition concerning wildfires, for instance? If we go along the country, and what is changing in the landscape? So I'm not talking on specific actions that are taking place, and it's okay, in a very small portions of our landscape. I'm talking about our forest. That's what I'm talking about. And I'm talking, of course, about the risk of wildfires in the forest. That's my concern. I'm not talking about any other thing. So if we say we should remove eucalyptus, well, first of all, from what I know, eucalyptus is not the problem for the fires. the problem. So if you remove eucalyptus, what is going to be there? Those are private lands. People do have to have an economy on that land. If they don't, they will just abandon. If they do abandon, who will take care of the territory? Is it going to be our government, the state, ICNF, to take care of the country, of the landscape? It's not possible. So my view is that, of course, there have to be restrictions, and there have always been restrictions to use some of the species. And when you talk about eucalyptus, there were restrictions on eucalyptus plantations in the past, and they should evolve. Of course, things have to get better, and I think it's important to think on that and to put the restrictions. The thing is, what is happening in the areas where you are going to take the eucalyptus out? What is it be now planting on those areas? Nothing. I'm not talking about the villages, not the areas around the villages. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about our landscape and the economy that has to be there. Otherwise, no occupation will exist, and no occupation means wildfires. That's all I can say. I'm not able to say anything more.
Humberto Rosa, por favor.
Thank you. I actually wanted to react not only on eucalyptus, but related. The first point, I would not necessarily agree with something that Francisco Gomes da Silva said, that planted forests are the solution or the best solution. Not because I have anything against planted forests, rather the contrary, but first because non-planted forests are also excellent. If you think about primary forests, how much they can deliver on ecosystem services, and because a planted forest can be good or bad, depending on what you plant and how you manage it. So I would just diverge from this view that management implies planting, logging only. You can, of course, manage in several ways. I would also not recognize that nature taking its course leads to bad results. Of course, if you have a degraded ecosystem and you leave it abandoned with just wild growth of shrubs, exotic species around, etc., you don't get good results. But if you actually restore nature and bring in the components for an healthy ecosystem, including, as I referred as an example, grazers, the herbivores, then you can have some good results. Now, on eucalyptus, which is, of course, a long-held debate in Portugal, well, eucalyptus is indeed usually planted as a monoculture, is the fast-growing species, an exotic species, which is more fire-prone than other species, at least for oaks, that does have high economic value. So with this said, does it bring forest fires? No, we actually can see that in eucalyptus plantations, sometimes we have less fires than elsewhere because of the intensive management that they require, and also because of the economic value that triggers in this management. So I agree that eucalyptus as such is not the problem of fires, notwithstanding that, of course, monoculture plantations of exotic fast-growing species do have ecological impacts that are well known. So I think the restrictions are out there, that decision makers. What I do think is fundamental is where we have eucalyptus, they should definitely be in adequate zones under appropriate management. That's the minimum to require. But I would just diverge from the idea that it's all about planting, especially about planting eucalyptus. The problem is much wider than that. And indeed, public money should go for public services that are now, the societal expectations have changed, I must say. Of course, people want wood provision, but they also want biodiversity and climate from the forests much more. And other forests also deliver quite well on that. That would be my message. Thank you.
Okay, so we have exceeded our allocated time just a little bit. I think quite manageably. I'm going to leave this interaction here, and I think that it is time for us to finish this session. I thank the presenters and our audience for your collaboration, for your willingness to participate and discuss this very timely topic with us, with a specific focus on Portugal, particularly on this topic of fires, but considering how relevant the problem is in Portugal and the fact that this is an event organized under the Portuguese presidency of the so I think it is understandable that the focus was very much on Portugal. So I thank you all, and from my part, I consider this session finished. Thank you very much, and have a good lunch break, everybody.
Okay, thank you. Bye bye. Bye. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Hello, Geshe.
Hello.
Hello, Tomasz is here. How are
Hi,
you?
Tomasz.
Hi. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, great. Sitting in Prague, and yeah, it seems to be nice event. I unfortunately couldn't be here morning, but looking forward to this afternoon session.
Same here.
We met last week or 2 weeks ago in this Resonate meeting. So
yes,
perhaps,
I will also mention this in my introduction.
nice. So perhaps we meet there also personally there in some Resonate events.
I absolutely agree. Yeah. So let's see.
You can start.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are still 87 participants, which is nice. My name is Gesche Schifferdecker, and as Conceição Ferreira has rightfully pointed out this morning, I'm the communications manager of European Forest Institute's Bonn office. And I have a name that is very difficult to spell, I know. For the Portuguese speakers, I can say that the sh in my forename and in my family name is spelled like the sh in pastéis, which is a Portuguese treat that I love very much. But let's go back to the topic of this session now. I'm moderating the final session of this inspiring webinar on forest resilience now. And this final session will deal with forest health and vitality. And as we've learned already this morning, climate change is here to stay. And therefore, if we want our forests to provide us with the various ecosystem services that we need, we have to find, well, both short-term responses to disturbances, as well as long-term strategies to enhance the resilience and the health of our forests. As we all know and already tackled today, forest disturbances are often interconnected. For instance, forest stands that were affected by windstorms are more prone to suffer from abiotic risks, and then also droughts make our forests more vulnerable to forest fires, as well as to, for example, bark beetle attacks. Therefore, this session is, of course, closely connected to the former session on forest fires. With European Forest Institute, the organization I work with, we have very actively supported the establishment of a European Forest Risk Facility, which is an ongoing process. And this European Forest Risk Facility is an unbiased platform of exchange and knowledge transfer between science, practice, and policy, which is also a little bit of European Forest Institute's unique selling point, that we are trying to transfer knowledge to action. And we are also engaged in various projects tackling forest risks and resilience. I would like to mention two to you. One is iMaestro, which is currently developing innovative forest management strategies for a resilient bioeconomy under climate change and disturbances. And just last month, we have kicked off a new big Horizon 2020 project called Resonate, which stands for Resilient Forest Value Chains, enhancing resilience through natural and socio-economic responses. And one of our partners in this project is the Czech University of Life Science at Prague, with Tomáš Lázny and his colleagues. And I am happy to introduce Tomáš as our first speaker today. Tomáš is a professor of forest biology at the Czech University of Life Science in Prague, as I already mentioned. And he is interested in interactions between climate change, forest ecosystems, and also forest management and policies. So also working at bridging the different aspects. He particularly focuses on the mechanisms of bark beetle outbreaks and both their social and ecological impacts. And part of his work is targeted on science policy interface. For example, he coordinated an international study called Living with Bark Beetles, Impacts, Outlook and Management Options, which was initiated by European Forest Institute. And he also provides consultancy for the Czech Ministry of Agriculture and other national and international organizations. Furthermore, in the period between 2006 and 2014, he was head of the Department of Forest Ecology in the National Forest Center under the Ministry of Agriculture of the Slovak Republic. Today, Tomáš will share with us his knowledge and some examples on how to deal with bark beetles. And Tomáš, we are very much looking forward to your presentation.
Thank you very much, Gershe, for introducing me, and my warm regards to everybody from Prague. I'm really happy to be here, and thanks for having me. Now I try to share my presentations, so I would like to confirm that that you can see it. Okay, sorry. Can you see? Is it okay?
Yes, we can see it. Thank you.
Okay, great. So I will start. So dealing with bark beetles in Europe in a recent few years, media articles has been kind of flooded by such type of headlines as you can see here, which reported forestry collapse in some countries related to bark beetles and the huge pools of dead trees flooding the timber and compromising timber prices, and the other like cascading effects concern, for example, reduced carbon storage in the forests. These outbreaks compromised various cultural and aesthetic and recreational values of the forests and forested landscapes. All these facts are somehow indicating that there is something happening in the forest, some change of some long-term regime. And one important thing that bark beetles are no longer the main concern of only foresters, but they somehow become a broad social issue because many social groups has been affected in direct or indirect way, in an economic way, or by changes in the environment and so on. So first, I would like to show how these current outbreaks are differing from outbreaks which we had been experiencing in the past. What is the difference? So first, this is the increase in intensity. In technical words, it's just much greater proportion of growing stock being affected by bark beetles annually. Here you can see some reconstructed development from 1945 to 2017. Unfortunately, I do not have here data till 2020, but this recent exponential trend continues to increase in the same rate as you can see here. Although these damages are huge, Norway spruce, which is a tree which is affected most, still constitutes circa 25% of forest growing stock in Europe. So there are still huge areas remaining to be affected in the future. So the outbreaks are unlikely to be somehow cancelled out because there will remain no more of host trees. You can see the distribution of spruce growing stock in this map on the left, and you can see that the Central Europe and Northern Europe are likely to be affected most because they dispose with highest levels of growing stock. So this is one aspect of these recent outbreaks, that they are affecting really unprecedented amounts of trees. The other aspect is that proportions between different disturbance agents are somehow changing. Here you can see charts from Germany and from Czech Republic. In Germany, these blue columns are bark beetles, and in Czech Republic, these orange zone are bark beetles. And you can see that in the past, bark beetles weren't super important. The dominant part of damage accounted for winds in this for wind in this region, but it started to change recently, and currently bark beetles dominate. This damage is huge, and it is dominated by bark beetles, what is quite challenging management because resources, infrastructure, legislation, none of these is fit to such situation. So there is this entire disturbance, something what we call the long-term disturbance regime, is somehow changing, and the bark beetles started to prevail and being dominant. I will go to reasons why is it happening so later, but just very shortly, because they are really very sensitive to climate and climate warming, more sensitive than any other agents, and they are really greatly benefiting in these warmer and dry years. So next aspect of these new outbreaks is that they are affecting huge forest areas at the same time. In the past, we also had outbreaks, but they were mostly isolated and occurring here and there due to various reasons. I'm not going into details, but now they are affecting synchronously at the same time huge landscape, huge areas. Here you can see the map of Czech Republic, which is maybe of similar size as Portugal, and you can see areas which were really heavily affected after 2018, circa after 2018, and these areas, it's not something like few dead trees here and there. It's a really total devastation of the landscape. Currently, these outbreak areas look like you can see it here. After trees are killed, they are typically salvaged and placed to the market or simply removed for safety reasons. So these former green and forested areas currently look like this, and wherever you look, you can see such piles of salvaged wood. This is not everything. This is triggering a cascade of other processes. Maybe one which received high media attention was this transportation issue with heavy trucks loaded by salvaged timber migrating here and there, damaging roads really very seriously, compromising air quality, making a noise, simply troubling people in all these huge affected areas. Plus, you can expect, you can imagine, for example, issues with limited access to the forest, with cancellation of many leisure activities, sport activities like mountain hiking, orienteering. Large areas of this damaged forest had to be closed for safety reasons, and so on. So this really, as I said in the beginning, this is becoming a broad societal issue, not just some problems which can be addressed by forest management as it was typically in the past. The fourth or final aspect which I would like to focus on is that these intensifying outbreaks are only one component of general intensification of disturbance regimes in Europe. Not only bark beetles are intensifying, also windstorms and fires like three most prominent disturbance agents in Europe. So this is also important message for management and policies, that we cannot focus just on one agent, because these agents are acting concurrently and interact in all possible ways. So policy measures, I will go into it later, cannot be targeted to outbreaks which are maybe problem today, but we cannot neglect the total risk which forest is facing. But there is one interesting thing in this study published in 2014 was shown that all the agents are increasing their intensity but this intensification of outbreaks by far outperforms all the others. And this is again because of this high climatic sensitivity of beetles, which simply are thriving and are happy in these warm and drier conditions. In total, just for short, during the last 30 years, you can see that level of damage to the forest or level of disturbance increased from circa 0.75% of growing stock damaged annually to more than 1%. This is something over 25% intensification of this damage rate, and it's showing quite large differences between countries. But the point is that bark beetles are just a part of this process, and this is also way at which management and policy responses should be taken. They should be addressing in some holistic manner this complexity of disturbances. It's not. I would like to emphasize that although this presentation is on bark beetles, this is just a part of the problem. I wouldn't somehow attract attention to beetles only when there are many other agents. So now the question is, why is it happening? There are many theories between people. Why is it happening? I am from Central Europe, and many people here used to say that that everything went wrong after the collapse of socialism in 1990 and the change of ownership, and everything was better before. And after 1990, these changes in management and ownership started to be problematic. The other people say that everything happened in a year when some nature conservation legislation, some new nature conservation legislation was adopted, and it restricted management decisions and prevented some proper management of the forest. And there are many other such hypotheses which are not really supported by data, I need to say. Such factors which I mentioned are not able to cause such large-scale synchronous increase of bark beetle outbreaks, not only in Europe but also in North America, for example, where forests are facing similar problems as here. So we shouldn't try to look for solutions at such local to national levels when the problem is continental or global. So we can miss something important if we don't take this broader perspective. So why is it happening? These reasons have been well documented in scientific literature, and it's somehow coincidence of climate change or extreme weather with unfavorable forest structure. In case of bark beetle outbreaks, these two factors are contributing somehow equally. In case of fires, for example, this climatic forcing is much more important there. But in case of bark beetles, these historical changes in forest structure and climatic extremes play somehow similar role. So first of all, as I said already twice, beetles are hypersensitive to climate. It accelerates their development. They can produce more generations per year, and they can migrate to new territories where they couldn't live before because of temperature limitation. It was simply too cold for them there. More importantly, these climate extremes are able to affect huge areas of several nations, for example, and are able to synchronize the outbreaks over large areas. What simply causes that we do not have capacities to face such a huge outbreak. So this is one factor. And the other factor is this historical management. Natural and diverse forests with species and structural and spatial diversity are relatively resilient to bark beetles. But our historical efforts in historical management efforts, which quite very much favor forest productivity in Central Europe, it's circa 250 years of such such organized management. We planted spruce at locations which were quite productive, but also quite favorable for bark beetles. We homogenized forest structure, which was again great for management, great for productivity, and great for economic profit. But it wasn't fit to this current situation when bark beetles started to be more and more aggressive. And putting these two things together, it happened that we call it ecological tipping point. Like you are stretching a rubber rope and you reach certain limit when you cannot stretch it anymore, and it simply breaks. And this is, for example, the case of this huge outbreak of bark beetles in Czech Republic. Formerly, we were expecting that we can stretch the rope for any longer, and we can adapt to this already worsening conditions and intensity frequencies. But we were surprised by facing a collapse, like tipping point was crossed and this forest collapsed. I try to illustrate it here in this figure. When we were in the green zone, it was in the past. We had either good forest structure or we have quite cool and moist climate, and these trees were somehow able to persist there, even though they were disturbed. Everything worked fine. But by warming the climate and homogenizing forest structure, we somehow moved to the red zone, and these forests are collapsing there. Here you can see how it looks like. On the left side, you can see some mountain mixed forest with small spot of beetle trees, but it will recover and it will persist. Such small scale disturbances are in fact increasing forest diversity, putting their light, triggering regeneration, and maintaining these forests diverse in the long run. But if we move to the red zone, we see the situation on the right, how it looks when we move to the red zone. So this is for reasons. So what can we expect in the future to happen with bark beetle outbreaks? There is one problem. There are two major drivers. This is historical forest management and this is climate change. And the problem is that none of these factors can be somehow changed from day to day. We cannot stop climate change, and we cannot switch forests to some nicer structure. So it's very unlikely that it will somehow stop. So we need to expect increasing size and intensity as new waves, new heat and drought spells will be striking different areas in Europe. New outbreaks, super outbreaks, like in Czech Republic, Germany, Austria, or everywhere, will be occurring. In the past, these outbreaks were mostly triggered by wind, but this is not needed any longer. Now, drought is becoming a major driver. And this is also somehow new situation for management, because, okay, I'm not going into details too much. Then this is the large-scale synchrony. In the past, we have spots of outbreaks and spots of beetle mortality here and there. Now we need to expect bigger and bigger synchronous outbreak affecting large areas at the same time. Other point is that we used to say that these high latitude forests, which are in colder and moister conditions, are somehow safer from bark beetles. We shouldn't expect it. We have already now situations in Europe, like in Tatra Mountains in Slovakia or in European Alps, when outbreaks are reaching really upper tree line. So this is not, I think, argument that we are still able to to cultivate spruce massively in higher elevations is not really relevant, and I wouldn't rely on it. And finally, there is a risk from new bark beetles. We are mostly speaking here about one bark beetle species. It is European spruce bark beetle. This is affecting mainly Norway spruce. But there are many others which haven't been receiving attention in the past. This is why I put these new to quotation marks. It doesn't need to be like really a newcomer from Asia or North America. It can be native beetle which just switches its behavior and starts to be aggressive, although it was harmless in the past. I can show you here two examples from two interesting examples from Europe. Here on the left side, you can see situation in Europe, and you can see that after drought periods in after 2015, this Ips acuminatus or sharp-dentated bark beetle started to expand and spread through the entire central part of Poland. And this bark beetle had existed here historically, but was in fact harmless or causing only local damages. Local damage is not really important. And if you look at 2020 situation, you can see that in the south and in the north, we have white areas where this damage didn't occur. So the question is, why is it? It's simple, because spruce is growing there, not the pine, and spruce is being devastated by spruce bark beetle in the same rate as pines in this central part. So it is somehow, again, change of regime, and it's very dramatic challenge for local foresters there. The other case is, for example, northern bark beetle. It's Duplicatus, which is contrary to expectations, spreading from north south, and it's causing it. It also existed here for long. There are historical records, maybe 100, 150 years ago from Central Europe, but it wasn't causing some substantial damages. And now this beetle is devastating forests, for example, in eastern Romania on a mass scale. So these are kinds of ecological surprises which is very difficult to be prepared for. We can do monitoring, we can focus on resilience, which I will speak about, but we cannot get prepared for such situations. So now I'm moving to the final phase of the final part of my presentation, how to face these situations. So we have huge outbreaks, new bark beetles. We do not have resources to manage such situations. We do not even have experience to face such situations. So what to do here? So first, we are standard for classical forest management is using a variety of control measures to control the outbreaks, like sanitation, logging to cut trees infested by beetles and move them out of forest, or install pheromone traps to catch the trees and export them, or to apply insecticides and so on. But the problem is that these measures are really very laborious and can be applied on a smaller scale outbreak when resources can be concentrated. But if we are moving to these super outbreaks, it's really very unlikely to be effective to control them. What we need to focus on are silviculture measures, reducing this risk from beetles and other agents, and simply reconstructing the forest, changing species composition, structure, and adapting the forest to these new situations. The problem is that that this is preventative measure. It's not a response measure to outbreaks which are ongoing now. So, and the truth is that we quite ignored this transformation during several few decades when we had time to do it in some timely and well-organized manner. So there is really no magic wand to tackle this situation. And finally, in Europe, forest management is mainly focusing on the scale of stands. We are planning a harvesting operation, thinning operation, or salvaging at the scale of single stands. But these outbreaks are covering large areas and large outbreaks, and management somehow need to look at a bigger scale. And for example, reduce connectivity of big complexes of host trees to avoid beetles' ability to migrate across landscape from one spot to other spot, to reach not only stand scale diversity in tree species or age classes, but to build this diversity also on the landscape scale, simply to make the life of beetles more difficult and make them difficult to spread and migrate our landscapes. And this requires quite change in a management paradigm. To doing such operations is hampered by complicated ownership structure, for example, and legal barriers to managing forests on the landscape. So it's really not easy, but it is one important way forward. So this is management perspective, and if we look at some more strategic or policy perspective, so I summarized here a few points, by far not all, but we need very complex management strategies for risk management, not focusing on beetles, but on focusing on climate change driven risk management. Not going into details here. Because of these ecological surprises which I talked about, we need to have very well developed monitoring systems, but transnational monitoring systems which can, for example, capture beetles into pheromone traps, to identify the species, submit the information to data center, and to spread this data to member states or national forest protection services. We need to reach a very high level of data and knowledge sharing. We have many national forest protection agencies which are collecting really very valuable data, but it's quite difficult to share this data and to get some European or regional picture what's really going on. As you could have seen in the situation from Czech Republic, it's not longer only about forestry. We need to coordinate economy for subsidies, transportation, forestry, public safety, public health. It needs really, facing these outbreaks, really needs a high level of this cross-sector coordination, which is currently quite underdeveloped, I would say politely. And finally, the ultimate solution to all these issues is social and ecological resilience. This is what all this event is about. We cannot avoid future disturbances. We cannot control them. So we somehow need to live with them. And this means focusing on forests. This means building forests which are quite diverse and resilient to be able to absorb disturbance and continue working, continue regenerating and providing all regulation services. But we also need to have resilient societies. We need to have quite developed, for example, storage and transportation capacities. We need to have nurseries ready for replanting and regenerating these big deforested areas by climate adapted tree species, and so on and so on. So the ultimate solution to all these challenges is to build this social and ecological resilience, which, for example, EFI is advocated very much, and we are happy to be part effort. We tried to formulate in some comprehensive manner these principles of this. It's not recommendations, it's more some strategies in these publications. In 2018, we were asked by EFI, and EFI was asked by member states to summarize our current understanding about bulk B2 management under climate change. So we prepared this publication for policymakers to summarizing everything what we want. And I'm happy to present this recent publication. After 2 years of work, we managed to organize it as a scientific paper in a much more comprehensive manner, which is much more driven by data and this recent understanding that was this earlier policy report. Just a very last slide here. We organized all these our recommendations about these 4 management phases, like preparedness, prevention, response, and recovery actions. They are quite overlapping, and they are working in such a circle. And to the contrary to current management systems, current systems are mostly orienting on response measures. So they are waiting while we are mostly waiting while until an outbreak happens, and then we are able to respond. For example, by salvaging, subsidizing some measures, and consolidating storage, transportation capacities, and so on. These are all response measures. But if the outbreaks are fueled by climate change and they are occurring on a large scale, we simply are not able to respond. And these preparedness and prevention phases are becoming much more important than the response. So this means to prepare all the legislation, infrastructure, public awareness, to prepare it all in advance, to build resilience, to build in resilience into the forest, into the society, and anticipate outbreaks in such a well prepared conditions. So this is some general principle of this system that we are advocating. So think resilient and follow our future work. And I hope in the frame of this Resonate project, which Geshe already mentioned, we will be able to deliver some really new knowledge, but not only knowledge for scientists, but really knowledge that can help to change the situation and make it better. So thank you very much, and I hope you liked it.
Thank you very much, Tomasz, for this inspiring presentation, and also for mentioning it again, Resonate. You will hear more from us, hopefully, end of this year, when we'll start with our communication activities. Thank you also for mentioning the risk, or promoting the risk management cycle, which was also very inspiring for and important for our European Forest Risk Facility initiatives. Moving from response to preparedness and prevention, I think, is crucial for the future. And now we are moving from Western Europe to the south of Europe with our next presentation by Susana Carneiro. She's a forester with a master's degree in applied ecology, and she has worked as an expert for the European Commission, and she's an experienced forest manager. Since 2005, she has been the technical director of Centro Pinus, a nonprofit organization which is promoting maritime pine forest. And we will now learn more about Centro Pinus of Pinus, and its approach to fighting abiotic risk from a strategic point of view, as well as in practice, in Susana's presentation. We're looking forward to this. Susana, you have the floor.
Thank you, Geshe, for your introduction. Good afternoon to all of you. I would like to ask Tomasz to please stop sharing his screen so that I can start sharing mine.
This is a very good point. Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Just briefly, while Susanna is preparing her screen, I wanted to mention that we will have the chance to ask 1 or 2 questions at the end of the presentation. So please stay tuned.
Thank you. So I would like to start by thanking ICNF, our host, for promoting this webinar and this discussion, and for inviting us to make this presentation on strategy and practice to deal with the pine wood nematode. So in this presentation, I will be briefly presenting Centro Pinus, some pine wood nematode basic facts. How can the pine wood nematode impact the EU and our story and context, and what we have learned so far? So Centro Pinus is a non-profit association, and it was created in 1999. Our main goal is to improve maritime pine forest production and productivity according to industry needs. We act by collecting information and data about the pine sector. We try to influence policies. We participate in stakeholders forum and technical committees. And we have a wide communication activity that includes technical editions like the one you can see in the picture. We also are involved in research projects, typically in result dissemination, but also trying to influence the research agenda. So currently we have 28 members, and they include the Forest Contractors Association, forest landowners, industry, research, financial investors, and public services. So the pine wood nematode is believed to originate from North America and is widespread in Canada and USA, but native pines in North America do not suffer from pine wilt disease. It was introduced in Asia in the beginning of the 20th century in Japan. Later, outbreaks in Asia occurred in Taiwan, China, and South Korea. In 1999, the pine wood nematode was introduced in the EU in Portugal. And in 2008, the first outbreak happened in Spain. So wood product circulation is the main cause of this artificial dispersion, and severe attacks have happened in pine forests where it was introduced outside the original distribution. So in order to have the pine wilt disease, you need 3 factors. You need the vulnerable host tree, the nematode, of course, and an insect vector. Any or most conifers can be a vulnerable host, but typically the disease manifests in pine. A long-horned beetle of the genus Monocamus acts as a vector. And the Monocamus galloprovincialis insect is the main vector in the EU. So how does the vector comes into the pine tree? Well, adult beetles feed on the tree during maturation feeding. And this happens in the spring when the insect emerges from the tree or the wood product that was his home during autumn and winter. Once in the tree, the nematode spreads and eventually kills it. And this is great for the beetle because the female can only lay the eggs in a dead or weakened tree. So the symptoms for the pine wilt disease are quite unspecific. They may include rapid discoloration like yellowing, brownowing, or reddening of the leaves, needle loss, and loss of resin pressure. A fact that is very important for you to keep is that detection is only confirmed by lab identification. And this is a difficult identification that requires great expertise. The pine wilt can be sudden, and tree death can occur within 1 to 3 months. Early autumn is when most of the symptoms appear. So in Portugal, this is a disease that has happened in adult stands over 15 years old. attacks are more likely in old stands and old trees, and symptoms commonly start in the biggest tree in the stand. Typically, a few trees die every year. The picture you can see is the one of a severe attack in the south, where the pine wood nematode first was detected. So how can the pine wood nematode impact the EU? Well, actually, it is a union quarantine pest, and it is listed as one of the 20 priority pests in the EU. So far, the pine wood nematode was reported in the EU in 3 pine species: maritime pine, European black pine, and Monterey pine. In the map, you can see the distribution of the main pine species in Europe. So you can see maritime pine, European black pine, and of course, Scots pine, which is the species that has the widest distribution and is known to be very susceptible to the pine wood nematode. But the impact will not be the same all over the EU, because cooler countries are expected to have less expression of the disease. So the countries that are considered to be suitable for a rapid wild expression include Portugal, Spain, southern France, Italy, Slovenia, Croatia, Hungary, and Romania. So there are not a lot of studies about the economic impact of the pine wood nematode, but the one by Solomon and al. States that substantial impacts in terms of infested stock are expected in Portugal, Spain, southern France, and northwest Italy, but not else in Europe. We do know that conifer wood demand is expected to increase globally and in the EU. So this is a very concerning fact to meet this growing demand. So let's dive into our story. The pine wood nematode started in Portugal in 1999 in the south, and there was an eradication plan set up, and the disease evolved slowly in the south until in 2008 we had the first outbreak in the center of the country. In 2013, the country changed from an eradication strategy to a containment one. And in 2019, as you can see in the map, the pine wood nematode was identified in most of the center and the south of the country, and there are a few outbreaks in the north. So one thing that you need to understand is that the pink zones are administrative areas that have at least a positive sample. And that is exactly what it means, a positive sample. It doesn't not mean that all the pine stands are affected. In fact, most pine stands are healthy. According to the National Inventory, Forest Inventory, 94% have low or no mortality. So it seems like we are lucky to have resilience to this disease. In Troya case study, in 1999, we had 30 dead trees per hectare, of which 60% have the pine wood nematode. In 2019, after 20 years of active management by INIAV, we had less than 1 dead tree per hectare, and of which 10% have the pine wood nematode. So these are the pine species present in Portugal. We have 3 native Portuguese pines. Maritime pine is the one that has a wider geographical dispersion. Stone pine is in the south, and so far there has been no expression of pine wilt disease in stone pine. Our the geographical distribution of Scots pine is rather small, And so far, there has been one sample of positive for pine wood nematode in Scots pine. We also have some exotic species, exotic pine species that are present in other EU countries, like Monterey pine, European black pine, and Aleppo pine. And so far in Portugal, positive samples were found only for European black pine. So maritime pine is a pioneer, rather resilient species. Currently, it is the third forest species in Portugal, occupying 740,000 hectares. We lost almost 30% of the area since 1995, and forest fire is the biggest threat and decline cause. Pine stands in Portugal are mostly semi-natural with low-intensity forest management, small private holdings, and small landscape units. We have a high percentage of young and uneven-aged stands. We have both understocked and overstocked stands, and you can see several pictures representing pine stands in Portugal in different geographical areas. So now let's take a look at the wood manufacturing sector. So as you can see in the map, we have over 300 wood manufacturing sites present mainly in the north and center of the country. We have sawmills, wood preservation, packaging paper, wood panels, and bioenergy, namely wood pellets and biomass power plants. Sawmills are both the highest number of players with 249 sites that represented 39% of the total wood consumption in 2020. So about 10 of these sawmills have a big capacity, but most of these sawmills are quite small. And this means that they have a low stocking radius and also low stock, short sourcing radius and low stock. So when we consider the wood packaging and wood panels sector, they represent about 30% of wood consumption in 7 sites. Another key factor to remember is that sawmill is the only wood manufacturing process that does not destroy the vector or the pine wood nematode. All the others do. So what was the main impact in industry? Well, we had for a while, especially while it was progressing in the center, quite a few constraints and uncertainty in wood sourcing as new areas became infected and you could no longer source from those areas. E-treatment is expensive and is compulsory even for the domestic wood pellets. This was particularly demanding for the sawmills, which are the backbone of this cluster, but also the most vulnerable sector because they are mostly small family business, like I mentioned. So the pine wood nematode involved a lot of paperwork, a lot of legal requirements to follow, new procedures like figuring out how to lay a net in a whack, expenses. And industry probably took the biggest impact since all the players were affected. So in order to manage the pine wood nematode, it is important addressing and balancing these dimensions. And this is both strategic and demanding. Science, regulations, risk perception, and effective management. You will need science. Expression will be unique in your country or region. Managing pine wood nematode is also about risk perception and trust. Unlike most other forest themes, the pine wood nematode is an appealing theme for the press. It will be easy to happen disinformation, and this is also a risk to address. In fact, the perceived risk can easily outstand the field risk. Landowners may give up managing or planting pine because they perceive it as a lost culture, as a lost cause. And in countries like Portugal, Spain, or France, where most of the holdings are private, this has a huge impact for the pine forest. So legal requirements are also very difficult. They can be overwhelming both for economic operators and public organisms. This means that sometimes you are so busy taking care of complying with legal requirements that you forget the big picture. Also, resources usually are insufficient, and it is difficult to keep in mind a clear vision and to know what the priorities are at any given moment. So, if we had to define 7 golden rules for tackling effective risk management, they will be definitely acting upon sound scientific knowledge. But it is indeed 2 different things, scientific knowledge and putting it into practice. So you need operational experience, and you should share operational experience. The right timing is everything. You need to be in tune with the biological cycles of both the insect vector and the nematode. You need to know your wood, fluxes, and stocks. You need effective communication and a lot of stakeholder cooperation. And finally, last but not least, financial, human, and operational resources. So definitely the main key action to control the pine wood nematode in our experience is timely harvesting symptomatic trees and managing waste cutting. Managing waste cutting is important because the beetle prefers to attack and to feed and to lay eggs in the ground and in the branches. So this is the most important thing that you can do. Timely harvesting needs early detection, and so far monitoring insect vector population, it is the best way to do this. So I am about to finish this presentation. I thank all of you for your attention. I would like to thank José Manuel Rodrigues from ICNF and Edmundo Souza from INIAV for their support preparing this presentation. Please feel free to visit our website, email us, or follow us on social media. I will be very happy to answer any of your questions. So back to you, Gesche.
Thank you very much, Susanna, for the presentation. I have to say we are a little bit behind the schedule, but we have the same amount of participants as we had at the beginning of the session. So I think it was very worth listening, not just for me, but for all the others. I would like to allow for 2 questions, one question to Susanna and the other one to Tomasz before I then wrap up the session and summarize a bit what has been presented. And the first question is to you, Susanna, from Pedro Sosa. What is the effect of having low biodiversity on pine plantations outside its natural range on the incidence and the spread of nematodes and other pests?
So I can only give you a general answer because I do not know any scientific study that has specifically looked at this subject. However, it is common sense that a high biodiversity protects from any kind of pests or diseases. So like I said, in Portugal, most pine stands are semi-natural, so the biodiversity is actually good for a conifer forest, which is naturally a little bit less biodiverse than a broadleaf forest.
Thank you
for your question.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm involved in a project on oak resilience, and there it's the same. This project is actually tackling the biodiversity to fight abiotic risks and increasing the biodiversity in the stand. And there you can kind of kill two flies with one stone, which is for me as a vegetarian not a nice expression, but it shows the relevance of increasing biodiversity when also tackling several forest risks and to combat them. The next question is, of course, then to Tomasz, and it's coming from Peter Löffler. Tomasz, and this is, of course, then also important for us as CFI because we initiated the study. Do you have the impression that your lessons learned and your main recommendations regarding, for instance, the comprehensive risk management are receiving enough attention in national forestry policies, both in the Czech Republic and then also beyond? Tomasz,
Sure.
please come back.
I start my video. Thank you very much for the question. I already commented something here in chat. I think this doesn't only concern our recommendation on disturbance management or on bark beetle management. It is generally about the awareness of climate change risk, about the awareness of adaptation, and it all works together. Generally, people traditional practices are very persistent. Changing people's mind is very difficult, and generally not only in forestry or adaptation, generally knowledge transfer from science to management and policies is quite slow and lagging behind the needs globally. So the sad situation is that we are in a quite critical situation and under pressure, and there is not really much time to change the situation via education, awareness increase, and some long-term campaigns, because these changes needs to be taken here and now. So I would say it's quite a severe struggle with the persisting practices and this current scientific understanding. And the point is that the longer we wait, the more expensive and the more difficult all these measures will be. So I personally, I am not very happy with how it is going on and how this transfer works. But it's my personal opinion. So as I'm a scientist, I would need to see some hard data to support if it works or not. But my personal opinion is a bit skeptical I'm a bit skeptical about this.
Thank you, Tomasz, also for sharing your personal opinion. I think, yeah, we have to probably work even harder when it comes to transferring knowledge to action, but we also need the policymakers to properly listen to us. I would like to sum up the session now, and I would like to say that well, both presentations showed that abiotic disturbances have significantly increased in the past years, and they do not only have enormous economic and ecological, but also social impacts, for instance, when it comes to using the forest for recreation purposes, as Tomasz pointed out. And the presentations made also clear that we were not properly prepared, neither our governments nor our forest administrations and the private forest owners, nor our forest value chains, including the sawmills. And finally, eventually, not yet, but very soon, also the end user of our timber will be affected. Most of them don't know yet, but this is also for us to increase the awareness. This implies that we need a holistic approach to react to these challenges. We need to plant differently and avoid monocultures, at least in some cases. We need to adapt forest management strategies from stand to landscape level, and we have to share our data and base our strategies on sound research results. This was very strongly pointed out by both presenters. And to transfer scientific knowledge to action, we need proper communication, which is one of the areas Centro Pinus is focusing on, but I think more have to follow. Finally, I would like to point out that we have to collaborate even more across sectors and both interdisciplinary and internationally when we're tackling these forest risks and when we're aiming at increasing forest health and vitality. And I personally see this seminar as an important contribution to this vital future approach that we need. So now I would like to hand over to the moderator to finalize the seminar. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Sorry. Hello, good afternoon. We are now getting to the finish this session. I would like to thank all participants, moderators and speakers, especially for their excellent presentations. The presentations shown us much progress and several interesting experiences to increase forest resilience, which is a concern in Europe, but also all over the world, an increasing matter that concerns policymakers, citizens, and all of us. It was stressed the need to involve forest owners as they are the key drivers for change. These aspects as a special dimension in Portugal due the private landowners are the major properties of forest in Portugal. There are many examples all over Europe and in other regions that can be replicated in order to build capacity and move from policy to practice. However, forest owners sometimes feel that supporting measures may not be totally suitable to their needs, especially on promoting active forest management. Also, the forest-based industry need to be involved and get involved, especially in rapid response to forest disturbances, but can also provide positive examples and how they can support projects to improve forest management practices. To increase resilience, we need to sustainable management forests, and this includes taking into consideration climate change risks, water, wildfires, and pests and disease. Those were the three major areas of concern addressed today. We expect that this webinar can contribute to the new UE forest strategy and the other policy instruments that are now being prepared. And as the Presidents, we'll take these messages further in our work at Council. And we are sure that next presidencies will also join us in this. So I would like again, thank you all and keep safe. Thank you. Bye.